Hey guys, it's lunchtime here, so good afternoon and probably still good morning to some of you guys. So any issues on volume, let me know those now. I've got a stream standing by for when it starts. So what I'm seeing in comments is people think he's on his way down there, which is good. So I had put on the community post just pictures of the statute for Wisconsin for the law on statements at sentencing, and also an excerpt from Court of Appeals talking about what's allowed there. So, you know, he's got a right to make a statement, and he's certainly planning on doing that. I think that's what some of his notes were for yesterday. And call whoever he plans on calling. So I mentioned it also. I put on the community post that I made a donation last night. I couldn't figure out from YouTube how much the amount was, but I tried to memorize close to it and put that amount to a donation to the victims of the massacre. So thanks to everybody that donated. I really appreciate it. And just thanks for being in the chat yesterday, whether you did or you didn't donate. But for those who did, that money went to the victims last night. And then my wife this morning doubled that amount out of her own account. So we did twice as good with that. So again, thanks everybody for that. All right. So I don't think there's too much to talk about if there's not been any mess with this yet, other than waiting to see if they go according to plan, which is they finished the state side of things yesterday, which is let the victims talk. And then the DA gave her summation to the court on sentencing, which was pretty interesting. That got a little heated with Brooks. As you can see, he does not like having his perceived masculinity challenged. He's not going to sit there and be run down like that. Yeah, okay. That was a bad choice of words on his part, but that's what he said. But he was going to sit there and do that. So question, consecutive and no extended supervision. Yeah, I do agree with that. I mean, I think that's coming. On the Manson documents, there was a lot filed, and I plan to not read any of those this morning since I was doing this afternoon, but I did read them. So they're actually pretty interesting. If you're interested in that case, there was a lot of stuff revealed by his attorneys, and I applaud his attorney for using the word dragoon in his brief. Always like to see a word like that dragged out, so that was excellent. Yeah, well, yeah, thanks to the people who made the donations for the donations. It just felt good to do that, and you guys enabled it and inspired it, so thanks. Also, hello back in Raleigh, North Carolina, as I said, here in the southeast part of this southern city, if you can't tell by the accent. Every once in a while I get a troll to remind me that I have a southern accent, because that's not something I would know, right? Let's see. Eric says, remind people to like and subscribe to the channel. So if you want to do that, I appreciate it. Interesting experience. I got a copyright notice this morning on the stream yesterday, and it wasn't from Law and Crime, whose stream that I was using as a primary stream, but from some outfit in the UK that alleged copyright content for 1.5 minutes out of that 8-hour stream that was just two of the victims talking. I don't get that. So what irritated me was they monetized the video after that, and the money goes to whoever that is. I don't understand that. So I contested it. So I can be carted off by authorities at any moment if they don't like the fact that I contested that. And hello back there to Hillsborough, North Carolina. Thank you for a donation. You know what? I'm going to try to keep track of that better today, and I really appreciate it. And for what does come in, and I appreciate your note there, I'm going to do, you know, the same thing with it again today that I did with it yesterday, is put it to the people who can use it the most, the people that were, you know, we were watching yesterday, tell us about what they'd gone through and what this case really was about, not him, them. But thank you. I should send you a bill, though, for all the talk about Scotland yesterday, because that's where my wife definitely wants to go. I don't think I'm going to make it out of this lifetime without getting there. Southern accents, one step away from British accents. I'm Southern accent. I kind of disagree with that from this standpoint, which is when you speak as Southern as I do, you're kind of lazy in how you talk, right? Because I mean, come on, we live in the humidity. It's hard. It's hard living out here, right? So you just, you have to make some effort to get the words out that normal people can understand them. Fayetteville, Vietnam. Hello from Vietnam. I spent time down there at Fort Bragg, if they still call it that. I hope they haven't changed it to Fort Liberty yet. I just hate that. My dad was in the 82nd Airborne there, and then I was there doing things, and it's always going to be Fort Bragg to me. Coast of Scotland, yes. I don't know if it can look as good as they want to show it on TV over here. I mean, it's just always beautiful over there. Yet it's raining, right? It's raining, yet it still looks beautiful. So I don't know. More Vietnam. Awesome. Okay, we're starting to get some stream here, so let me get to work on that. And okay, so I think we've got the courthouse going. Wow, thank you very much. You guys are awesome. Writing it down. Super sticker there. Really appreciate it very much. So I quit talking about it all the time, but this money you guys are putting up there, we're sending that to the victims on your behalf, and they'll know not just from the amounts we give them, but from the number of people around the country that are donating to them what people think. Dad was a colonel at Fort Bragg. I was not a colonel, okay, because I was enlisted, but I worked with a bunch of them and had a good experience in life there because I'm old enough that we weren't at war when I was down there. So not a combat veteran, just a veteran. All right. So still no noise here. I think that is just because they haven't started the court yet. Let's see, seeing the bailiff speak. I didn't catch that, but I assume you didn't hear him yet either. More people checking in from lots of people from the UK, England. Maybe it's good if you guys have to watch the U.S. in order to find really horrible crimes like this. It means maybe you don't have as many. That would be good. Well, this one is spectacularly bad, and from watching this guy, I guess you see what kind of depraved individual it takes to do what he did. Yeah, that bailiff has been like a low-key star of this whole stream here. So pretty cool. In North Carolina, we say it'll get right many years. Yeah, that's probably some real North Carolina talk there. I mean, I'm from the way out in the woods in Virginia, so English is my second language. The first one is just hey y'all. That's my first language. English is my second, but I'm trying to get better at it. Orlando, nice. Yeah, the bailiff definitely got his hair trimmed up there. Northern Canada. I've been to Goose Bay, Canada. That looked very barren when I was there. Nothing has happened yet. You haven't missed anything good yet. Just me talking a little bit and kind of respond to some of these chats. He looked stunned and shocked at something. I'm checking the volume, and I think it's on. We're still a couple of minutes early from when this is all supposed to start. A shout out to the bailiff who has managed to sit there through this whole trial without doing anything untoward expression-wise and without falling asleep or anything else. He's just done his job. Darrell Brooks does suck, I think. I remember when he took his mask off there to try and impress the jury. To me, he looked even worse then. Like his expressions are even worse. I think the mask on is the best for him. And maybe, like I say, a burqa might have been a better choice. I Look at all that talk about the Stanley Cup, bro. Man, we had hurricanes down here, yo. I was there when they won. Don't know anything about hockey other than it was just awesome to watch it and went through that. It's cool. It looks very hard. There's no way I could do it. I think the judge will lower the boom on this scumbag. I think that is what is going to happen. Yeah, so this comment about Marilyn Manson, his stage name comes from Marilyn Monroe and then Charles Manson, so it's not wrong for you to have associated those two things. That was an intent when he made it, I believe. Yeah, the bailiff may not look like he's done much, but he's done a lot. Having the security there the whole time has been important. Yeah, I wish he did have the shock button. Brooks has got his floppy pen back out to fine-tune some of his arguments. I see him writing now, which is remind people I am also a victim. Consider my circumstances. Do the right thing. Let me out. I think he's trying to write. Yeah, I think, the statements in his defense would be scenarios about the system letting him down, and which, hey, no argument there in terms of the system let everybody down. That they let this guy out. They let him out. He shouldn't have been out on bail like he was. He also should have been tried already and convicted and put in jail for some of the other things he'd done. Yeah, he thought if he said he had shock devices on, he'd get some sympathy. Instead, everybody just really wanted to see those things go off and go to work. So in terms of his witnesses showing up, I think at least as they left it yesterday, that apparently was going to be by Zoom. That's not really so hard to do, right? Unless you can't figure out how to do Zoom, and I could understand that. But they won't have to do what the victims did yesterday. The victims all came to the courtroom, sat there, knowing they'd be in the room with this guy, knowing that they would be speaking live in front of the world, and then had a threat called into the courthouse and still stayed there and poured out their hearts to everyone. The judge primarily, I suppose, but everyone and each other. How much did they talk about the people in the community helping each other right away? As soon as he did this, people were jumping in to do all they could to help each other. It's pretty inspiring. It really is. Yeah, nobody tells me what to do. I think they are telling you everything to do at this point. If you're in South Carolina and you come from South Carolina, you do probably have an accent. I agree with that. One thing I've noticed about this trial here in Wisconsin is they do not play around with their beverages. Every one of them has like a 500-ounce container.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, here we go.
Seated. He's on his way. Okay. The deck.
Well, as soon as I tried to turn on the audience, the Zoom opens, I got mad feedback.
Are you doing just for the individual conference and for the Zoom, and then managing Zoom calls separately?
I'm outside of the remote right now,
And you're not
like
trying to
she would be.
Seems like they've muted that again, I guess, just because they're discussing something at the bench. I liked yesterday how he was trying to say he didn't have adequate notice of the documents he was given because he didn't want to wake up and get them and open them. There's just too much trouble to do it. Another stellar legal argument that he brought forward there. I'd like to tell the judge when I'm in court, Your Honor, I didn't look at this motion for sanctions against me because I was asleep when it came in the mail, and I'm not going to get up and read mail. So what are we doing? What are we even doing here? Yeah, the rubber pen rap lyrics. His rapping career, I suppose, is over. He's not even going to be rapping anything at Christmas time. He's just done. He accepts for value and returns for value this orange shirt. Did he ask for that orange shirt, or was he told to have that orange shirt?
Good afternoon, everyone. The court will call State of Wisconsin versus Darrell Brooks, case number 21 CF 1848. May I have the appearances, please?
Good afternoon, Judge Sue Apper, Leslie Basie, and Zach Wichow, appearing for the state of Wisconsin.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Darrell Brooks, Jr. Here for this matter without prejudice by special appearance, and I would like to ask, if it pleases the court, that someone can please render the account for me at this time.
All right, the appearance of Mr. Brooks is noted. The court will not be addressing that last request of yours. We are here today to continue with the sentencing hearing. I do have the Zoom up. I have not brought in any of the individuals from the waiting room just yet. I wanted to know if there was anything the court needed to address before bringing those individuals in and then turning to Mr. Brooks to start his portion of the sentencing hearing from the state.
Rapping jokes
There's
are tough.
two issues that I'm aware of, Your Honor. One is we're requesting if the court would briefly allow a young girl by the name of Brooke, who provided an impact statement yesterday, to read that statement again. She felt like she did not get a good chance to do that yesterday, and it's a brief statement if you would just allow that. And then I just wanted for the record to let the court know that at the close of today's hearing, we will be prepared to address the motion for stay pending appeal.
All right, thank you. Can you remind me, was she interrupted at all based on anything that went on yesterday? Was that either the court taking a break?
Yes, it was related to, or Mr. Brooks' removal from the courtroom, yes.
All right, any comment or position on the request that she be able to restate her victim impact statement prior to the people we have on Zoom for you making their statements, sir?
I don't recall that particular victim being interrupted because of the issue with me being sent to the other courtroom. I think it may have been a break that may have cut that particular victim off from the statement.
So then let her do it again.
Whatever the circumstances were, I have a request from a victim to give a statement. I'm going to honor that request and allow her to make that statement before I turn things over to you and the people who are on Zoom on your behalf, okay? Other than that, is there anything else you wish the court to address before I hear from victims or your family members?
Yes, I just wanted to let the court know that there will be, in fact, 4 people speaking on my behalf, if that pleases Your Honor.
All by Zoom?
Yes, correct.
Are they all on your list?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
No new entries. All pursuant to what I submitted to Your Honor.
Madam Clerk, do we have 3 or 4 individuals on by
I
Zoom?
have 3, I guess I just wasn't clear if the 4th was gonna be.
Is the 4th with another of the individuals that already is on our Zoom? Do you know?
I believe the 4th was trying to access the Zoom link. They expressed that they had already had the Zoom ready to speak on my behalf, but they were having a little bit of trouble I guess, accessing the link from the courts.
Tell us the individuals you have on by Zoom right now.
I have Mary Edwards, Dawn Allworth, and Dawn One, that I assume is Woods.
All right, who would be the fourth then? So
Miss Marsha Winters.
Marsha Winters. All right, we don't have a Marsha Winters on. I know your mom has the Zoom information. It's an ID, a meeting ID and
Yeah,
a
his mom is on the list.
password, not a link. So hopefully that can
I
be,
think he sent the link too. He created the
oh,
link
he
as
created the
well,
link.
so
All right.
There should be both.
I'll have Madam Clerk also put in the chat to the Zoom the meeting ID and password once again with, and indicate that it can be provided to Ms. Winters,
Yes, Miss Winters, correct.
should she need it.
That might be the mix-up maybe she was having. Maybe she thought it was a link, or I'm not sure.
There can be
Because,
a link, and the clerks have that as well, so it's, we'll get it.
okay.
We'll
Yeah,
put it in the broadcast, there's a chat function, we'll get it in there so they can pass it on, and hopefully at the appropriate time, she'll be able to join.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I like how his people have
All
their
right,
own
then
chat room.
with that, if Brooke would like to stand up, I know it's a minor. And thank you, the microphone is being handed to her.
Apparently they are in the Zoom chat room.
Go ahead, and
we
thank
go.
you for being here.
Hello, my name is Brooke Sorensen. I'm Virginia Sorensen's granddaughter. The things I miss about my grandma are me and my sister Mackenzie doing foot races around the driveway, and my grandma would do commentary and time us. She always cheered us on at all of our activities. I would DJ at dance at granny parties and carry the banner at parades with my grandpa while Grammy danced. When we would get on the school bus, she would say reading is the key to learning to be nice, kind, brave, and angels watch over you. After school, we would talk on the porch. Other times when we came over to her house, we would play games together, go to the playground, have drawing contests, dance parties, and work on granny routines. She would give us snacks when we watched some of our favorite movies like Polar Express and Coco. When we first found out that she was gone, I started to cry, and I would cry every night. I missed her so much and still do today. Darrell Brooks, you took her from me, my sister, and my family. The things we will miss the most are not seeing her again, her smile, her laugh, being able to talk to her, and doing fun things with her. My sister and I pray every night for our Grammy and our family. Grammy, I will see you in my dreams, and I know you will be watching over me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor, for accommodating that request, and we have nothing further at this time.
All right, then, we will bring in the individuals who are on the Zoom, and then I'll give them some instructions on how that should proceed.
Everybody has taken their blood pressure medication, I hope.
Do you have all three trying to join?
I admitted all at the same time.
Wow.
Michelle has already been involved. Mary has already involved. Dawn.
Is this your mom? All right, so I can see Dawn Woods on the Zoom. Miss Woods, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, I can hear you.
All right, thank you. I know you have your camera on. You're unmuted. There are two other individuals on the Zoom. They currently have their cameras off. I believe they're both muted. I would just simply ask that we take one person in turn. You are on the Zoom. It is viewable in the courtroom. I want to acknowledge, ma'am, I did receive what I believe is a written statement that you faxed to the court.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and then if that is, I'm not sure who joined us at the moment. All right, is that Ms. Edwards? All right, Ms. Edwards, if you could please, I'm gonna have Ms. Woods talk first, and then I'll have you next. If you could keep your camera off and your microphone muted until it's your turn to talk. That way I can give my full attention to Ms. Woods.
Sure.
There we go. Very good. Thank you. All right. So once again, Ms. Woods, I believe you sent in a fax yesterday. Is that right?
No, I believe it was this morning.
Oh, this morning. All right. I have
Yes,
that,
ma'am.
and I've read it. Go ahead, what would you like to tell the court, and thank you for being with us today.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. I have two things I would like to tell. One is a written statement, Your Honor, and then I have a poem I would like to read after my statement, if that's permissible. Okay, thank you, thank you. Mental illness affects everyone. It destroys lives, families, and hurts society. For far too long, it's been a dirty little secret in families that no one wants to talk about. Mental illness is the elephant in the room that so many pretend it's not there. People who suffer from it are often shunned by families and friends, rejected by society, and made fun of, the subject of bad jokes, ridiculed, and judged on YouTube, podcasts, Facebook, and other media posts, used in campaign ads, disrespected, stripped of their dignity. No one cares. No one sees their pain or hears their cries and pleas for help. They are the forgotten ones and viewed by many of not having a place in a society. It is no fault of their own that they have become ill and began to change from the person we all knew. Once viewed as fun, loving, and kind, are now the outcasts of society. We say they're what's wrong with society? They're idiots, unfit. They need to be disposed of, thrown out with the rest of the trash. They serve no purpose. The same my brother's keeper doesn't apply to them. And the Bible, in the book of Philippians chapter 2, verse 4, it says, let each of you not look only to his own interests, but also the interests of others. Mental illness caused them to do the unthinkable. They must be punished. Yes, I agree. There should be some accountability for their actions. But we also must render help. What good is punishment without correction to prevent the act from happening again? In their cases, or many of their cases, treatment, therapy, medication, hospitals, and institutions that specialize in helping those who suffer with mental illness need to be offered. And I believe these places can help those who suffer become mentally well. I believe lawmakers and society as a whole need to recognize mental illness. Mental illness cannot be eradicated with prison bars. Mental illness is going to always be there. It's invasive. With treatment and therapy, medication, and hospitals and institutions that specialize in the treatment of mental illness, it can be controlled. What else can we do as a society to help those who suffer from mental illness? How about showing a little compassion, empathy, and some understanding? Families need to advocate for those who cannot speak for themselves or who struggle to understand what's happening to them. Lawmakers should support by providing resources to individuals so they can get the help they need. Now, I've been dealing with mental illness for over 30 some odd years. And here's my take on it. And I think I have a little insight on it. from the surface, I believe that treatments need to be offered. I believe that if treatment is offered early when the signs of mental illness first shows, and it's addressed and stayed on top of instead of let people lagger and fall through the cracks, just maybe there would be less court cases and less people crying because their loved ones was hurt
The big maybe.
or was injured or killed because someone of mental illness attacked them. Maybe that needs to be done. Treatment needs to be done early and right away and stayed up on, and not let people fall through the crack holes and not be shunned out the door. It's the same. You don't have a mental illness. You're just a bad person and needs to be locked up. Jail is not the only answer. Help, treatment, hospitalization, and medication, it plays a big role in preventing this where we are today if it would have been offered sooner. Now, I have a poem that I have adopted, not just for my son Darrell, but for all the people who suffer from mental illness. And I let this be my theme and some inspiration. And I hope that Darrell will find strength in this poem. I sent it to him. And it's a poem that was written by the late, great Maya Angelou. I don't know if you're familiar with her writings, but she was a brilliant poet. And she wrote this poem back in 1969 for a totally different reason. It was during the racial injustice era, but I believe it applies to those who suffer from mental illness as well. It's called Caged Bird. A free bird leaps on the back of the wind and floats downstream till the current ends, and dips his wing in the orange sun rays and dares to touch the sky. But a caged bird that stalks down his narrow cage can seldom see through his bars of rage. His wings are clipped and his feet are tied, and he opens his throat to sing. The caged bird sings with fearful thrill of things unknown but longed for still, and his tune is heard on the distant hill, for the caged bird sings of freedom. The free bird thinks of another breeze, and the trade winds that when soft winds with soft signs through the trees,
Oh my
and the
God.
fat worms waiting on the dawn's bright lawn.
COVID scare is
And
over,
he
ladies and
names the
gentlemen.
sky his own. But a caged bird stands on the grave of dreams. His shadow shouts on the nightmare scream. Their wings are clipped. Their feet are tied. They open their mouths to sing. The caged bird sings a fearful thrill of things unknown, but long for still. And his tune is heard on a distant hill. The caged birds sing of freedom. Everyone who suffers from mental illness is caged. All they want is to be free of their illness and become mentally well. I believe as a society, we have an obligation to help those become mentally well with treatment, medication, hospitalization, or sent to an institution where they can get the intense help. And if they have to stay for the rest of their lives away from society, at least they are getting the help they need to become mentally well. We are our brother's keepers. And I also want to say to the families who lost loved ones and those who suffered injuries, that I know their pain. And I pray that the Lord would continue to comfort and heal each of them. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Goodbye.
Thank you, Ms. Woods, and I should have said this earlier. I have 3 monitors in front of me, and the monitor that I'm pointing at right now is the monitor that the Zoom shows up, so that's why I look like I'm turned away, but I'm actually watching you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you. I
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Then I'll turn next to
Oh, God, come on.
Mary Edwards. If you want to turn your camera on and unmute, and then Ms. Woods, if you would.
ma'am.
If you want to take her.
None of it's his fault, ladies and gentlemen. It's just what we owed
Good
him. What we
afternoon.
still owe him.
And I
He's a
should say
caged
for the
bird.
record
It's so
that
sad.
obviously Dawn Woods was the first speaker, and then I have Mary Edwards. If you can let me know who's next to you, please.
I hope this isn't an increasing order
Oh,
of stupidity.
there's no one next to me at the moment. Thank you. Okay. Are we good to
Who's-
go?
I need to know who's in the room with you, because I saw them.
Oh, that's my husband.
Okay,
Okay, he's not in the room at the moment.
well, all right, that's okay.
He's not here.
I just wanted to know I
Is
saw
the problem
someone
with
else.
him being here?
No, he can be there since I know who it is. We'll just,
All right, it's, my husband is here.
will he be speaking or
Okay.
just you?
No. No, he's not speaking.
All right, go ahead. Thank you for being here today. And again, if I look like I'm looking to the side, it's because that's where the monitor that I can see you is
Okay.
located. So go
Thank-
ahead.
Thank you, Judge. For the record, my name is Dr. Mary Darlene Edwards.
Oh, Lord.
And I am not the wicked grandmother of the West. I am the grandmother of Darrell Edward Brooks Jr. And I asked to be here today for 2 reasons. First of all, from the bottom of my heart, I want to offer my sincere apologies to those who have been hurt so badly by what has happened here, this tragedy that has been caused by my grandson. I want to also apologize to the family of the little boy. I understand their name is Sparks. And to all of those whose lives have been damaged by this overwhelming tragedy. As a minister of the gospel of Jesus Christ, I want to give the family and those who've been hurt so badly the scripture, "Blessed are those who mourn, for they shall be comforted." And I say this, please know that it's my prayer that my grandson will sincerely and humbly apologize and ask all of you and God for forgiveness for this horrible, terrible deed. Some of you have said that you will never forgive him. Please do not be like the man who drank the poison and hoped his enemy would die. Unforgiveness is a terrible disease, just like mental illness is. Truly, there have been many losses because of this tragedy. Darrell's mother has lost a son. I've lost a grandson. Darrell's children have lost a father. And Darrell has lost his mind and his life in the outside world. Darrell's behavior, including his voice, should get the attention of the powers that be, both near and far. Darrell has suffered from bipolar since the age of 12. And it was that disorder that caused him to drive through that crowd. It is my prayer that he will be treated for this illness and managed in a facility that addresses mental health concerns. We must start with a younger generation. Finally, I'm 80 years old, and I have been an ordained minister for the gospel of Jesus Christ for 47 of these 80 years. If you look at my background, you will see that God has used my life to bring about positive change in multitudes of residents in the city of Detroit and beyond. I share this information not to boast. That is not my intention, but rather to let you know that I care about people. and their well-being. I've spent more than half of my life helping what the Bible calls the least of these, AKA society's rejects. Since this tragedy, I have become a mental health coach. This will help me better understand this horrible disease, which has plagued my family for generations. Presently, there is a church in Detroit that is planning to establish a mental health clinic on the east side of Detroit. Without hesitation, I will support this effort and do everything I can to help those struggling with mental illness. Before I close, I just want to share with you some facts with regard to mental illness. And I got this from the government's mental health website. There's a myth that said mental health problems don't affect me. Many people don't feel like it affects them. That's a myth. It affects everyone. It's a common problem. In 2020, and listen to this, 1 in 5 American adults experience a mental health issue. 1 in 6 young people experience a major depression episode. 1 in 20 Americans lived with a serious mental illness, such as schizophrenia, bipolar disease, or major depression. Suicide is a leading cause of death in the United States.
It missed one.
In fact, it was the second leading cause of death for people ages 10 to 24. It accounted for the loss of more than 45,979 Americans in 2020. That's nearly double the number of lives lost to homicide. As a result of this great tragedy, I'm dedicated to living the next chapter of my life with a mental health awareness campaign. I have faith to believe that God will hear the voices of all of those impacted by this horrible disease, as well as the cries of the mentally ill. I thank you for this opportunity to share with you from the bottom of my heart, and my prayers will continue on for those who have been affected. God bless you all.
Far better than the
Thank you,
mother,
Ms.
though.
Edwards.
Where's
Is there
the eye
anyone else
rolling?
on the Zoom, Madam Clerk?
No, and I reached out to Zach and he has not heard from anyone either.
Uh-oh.
All right, Mr. Brooks, we do not have anyone else.
Michelle Alworth, though.
Oh, we have Michelle Allworth.
Yes,
Sorry
it's
about
not
that.
Marshall Winters.
Thank you, thank you. All right, if Ms. Allworth then would start her camera and unmute, and we'll hear from her next. Thank you, Madam Clerk. And you
Hi,
are?
my name is Michelle Allward. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
I'm kind of
please.
sick. My son is here in the room with me. He's sick from homeschool school.
Yeah, why not ruin him too?
That's okay. Go
My
ahead.
name is Michelle. My name is Michelle Allworth. I met Darrell Brooks Jr. 17 years ago when we both lived in Sparks, Nevada. He became my best friend, and over time we became brother and sister to each other. We shared so many good times, whether it was hanging out at the house, listening to music, movies, or just having conversations, a good laugh. He always had a smile on his face and the best laughs and jokes. Going out to theaters and a movie, going out to eat, attending Hot August Nights, which is a car show in Reno, Nevada, the rib cook-off. He shared with me multiple times on a daily basis since this has happened last year, how remorseful he truly is.
What?
Sorry.
What?
He is a very private person when it comes to his feelings and emotions, and it only happens with family and close friends. They say blood is thicker than water. Well, you can choose to make your own family. I've chosen to make Darrell part of my family. I will always have his back, even with this tragic event. I suffer from medical issues as well. I have epilepsy and cerebral palsy. My whole life, I've had it my whole life. Darrell was there several times that I had seizures. He called 911, went to the ER with me, stayed with me by my side when I went home, and helped in any way that he could help me. Sorry. Because of this reason and him being a family friend to me, he lived with me back in 2006 and again in either 2013 or 14. I'm glad he lived with me at those times
Oh my
because
God.
I black out during a seizure and I'm able to call 911. He lived with me for over a year. I wouldn't have let him had I not trusted him with my life. He had never shown any signs being this way on what happened November 21st, 2021. This is not the Darrell I know. He is a loving, compassionate, loyal, and humble person. He would give a complete stranger that needed it the shirt off his back, the last dollar in his pocket, or a place to stay.
He had a
During this
stolen EBT card,
manic
you idiot.
episode, he had blacked out the whole incident. I have prayed a lot since 2016 because of my medical issues and almost lose my life to a seizure, and even more now since this has all happened. I know what happened with those lives being lost and people being injured is terrible. It's something Darrell will have to live with for the rest of his life and always carry that with him, knowing this happened. I hope that he gets the help he needs for his mental illness. My hope as well is that he gets help in a mental facility. And that's it. Thank you very much for your time, everyone.
See ya.
Thank you. All right, at this time, Madam Clerk, has anyone else joined the Zoom?
No.
All right, then at this time, the court will close the Zoom. The proceedings are being live streamed and family and friends can watch that way as well. Mr. Brooks, I'll
Even that
turn it
little
over
kid
to
that
you
was
then.
like,
This
let's
is
get
your
this wrapped up.
opportunity to address the court.
Oh boy.
What, if anything, would you like to say, sir?
I do have a lot to say. I would like to stand up if I may.
Go ahead.
What about COVID, Darrell?
It's emotional. I apologize for taking so long.
It's emotional for you, not for the victims yesterday. That was eye rolling in a big hurry,
I want
right?
to start first.
Idiot.
By giving glory to God. I believe in Jesus Christ wholeheartedly.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God. I believe that he was sent here by the Father to die for all of our sins, everybody. Everybody in this courtroom today, everyone walking this planet, mostly for those of us who will believe. I believe that he was crucified on the cross at Calvary. And he shed his blood on that cross. And he died. And he was buried. And that he rose again after 3 days to glory. Took his glorious place at the right hand of the Father.
Okay.
The Bible says that he was exalted, given a name that is above all names, so that at the name of Jesus, every knee shall bow in heaven, on earth, and under the earth, and every tongue shall confess that Jesus is Lord to the glory of God the Father. It's not just something that I was taught by my family. It's something I believe in my heart.
Fire alarm there to make
want
sure
to
we know if
clarify
lightning
one thing.
strikes.
a lot of references was made to one of the things I said regarding my conscience being clear. And having the time to think about it last night and to understand that the victims have the right to feel how they want to feel. They have the right to their opinions.
How generous.
Understanding that there's a lot of emotion, pain, frustration, anger, hatred, a lot of emotions. But I don't want that comment to be twisted. I don't want that comment to become another narrative that's ran with and taken out of context. That comment was made is because I made the decision to rededicate my life to Christ when this tragedy happened. In no way did that comment refer to not having any remorse, not having any understanding.
Now you can understand.
It was strictly made to that point that I have repented, that I have asked God for forgiveness, that I have sent many prayers up. Learning how to wrap my head around this whole situation has been extremely hard.
Mm-hmm.
Extremely hard. You get minimal time to reflect in a place like this.
He said he was sleeping all day.
But
the
one
other
of
day.
those
Come on.
minimal times that you get to reflect in a place like this is when you're alone in your cell. When it's just you and the walls. One of the victims made a comment about trying to understand why this happened.
Yeah. Like, why are you so evil? But we
That's
saw a
a
little
question
bit
I
of that.
struggle with myself. The why, the how. How could life ever get this far away from what it should be? Regardless of what a lot of people may think about me,
I'm one of those.
about who I am, about my family, about my beliefs.
Yes.
I know who I am. God knows who I am. And I don't have any words of anger.
Oh, well, that's nice.
Any shots, so to speak, to throw back. As I said before, I had to look inside myself and understand why the comments was being made,
Uh-huh.
why people feel the way they feel, and they have the right to.
He's a fountain of generosity.
If I may,
You just need to turn forward, sir. I don't know that they're ready for that yet.
respect it. I think it's important to state why I did want to turn.
Uh-huh.
Comment was made about this mask. It's something that I've worn the whole year of this incident. I don't. Well, I'm not gonna say don't, but I don't feel like I needed to go in too wild. Chose to wear this. There are a lot of different reasons why. But it definitely has nothing to do with hiding anything.
Right.
There is nothing to hide.
That's true.
When you're on TV every day, when your life is being dissected for the world to see, when your family's on TV every day in some capacity, when you're on pretty much every social media platform, what is there to hide from?
This is all really relevant to your sentence, you idiot.
I want each and every victim in this incident,
Uh-huh.
family members, those who lost loved ones, those who are still healing. I want you to know that no matter how you felt during this year, no matter how you felt yesterday, I want everyone to know, also the community of Waukesha, I want you to know that not only am I sorry for what happened, I'm sorry that you could not see what's truly in my heart, that you cannot see the remorse that I have, that you cannot
Yeah, he was real remorseful yesterday.
listen to all the phone calls that I've made to my family, that you cannot hear all the prayers that I've said in my cell, that you cannot count all the tears that I've dropped in this year.
I'm waiting for the amount of soap you drop over the next year.
The truth is hard a lot of times. I'm not very old by age standards, but I've been alive long enough to understand that a lot of people are comfortable with hearing what they want to hear, being told what they want to be told.
That's your mom.
And being okay with that. It's easy to accept what's on the surface. It's easy to accept what's being put out there. it's harder to pull back the veil. It's harder to look deeper than the surface.
He's blaming the victims for not looking into his heart to see that he's sorry while he's rolling his eyes, laughing at them, and twirling his fingers. Come on. It's worse than his closing argument.
To the truth, I understand that there are many people that would never forgive what happened. I have to be okay with that. And I hold no ill will towards them for that. I have to be okay with the fact that people will be angry. Some for a long time, some forever. I think it was clear with respects to how I'm viewed. I will not respond to those comments in anger either.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, that's generous. It's real generous. This YouTube translator, though, seems like it had a hard night last night.
I want to also say that it is not me that can take any pain away, replace what was lost. Give back joy, happiness. There's so many other things that was lost that day. I think all that comes with belief in Christ. I believe that all that comes with time. It's a process.
I don't think she said any time limit so far.
It's a process that we all have to go through.
His family loves lecturing people. They love it.
I noticed a lot of things that that I've said over the duration of this trial were
here we go. Other people's fault.
There's a lot of misconception.
Not really. Not everybody's as dumb
I
as
don't
your mom.
consider myself to be a man of God yet. It's something that I'm learning with time, with faith, with study. Lord willing, I will make it to that point at God's appointed time.
I'd say he hasn't left the starting gate on this journey.
Something that I'm learning. For anyone that doesn't think that I've spent time in the scriptures even before this,
But who cares, though?
you're mistaken. Passages were quoted from Romans 6:23 in particular. The wages of sin is death. The wages of sin is death. That's Romans 6:23. It's a verse I'm very familiar with and I've read numerous times.
Well, you've earned that.
Countless other passages are all passages that I'm familiar with. The thing about scripture is not only studying and reading it, it's about applying it to your life, applying it.
More lecturing.
It's not about just reading it or being able to quote it. It's about living it.
Okay. This is like Jeffrey Dahmer lecturing people to be vegetarian. You haven't lived that life, bro.
At times during
Stop
this, doing all these proceedings, mostly trial, I've become frustrated at times.
I accept for value in return for value a lightning bolt
You,
coming
Your
through
Honor,
the
to
building and
know,
striking him.
I want the entire court to know that regardless to what you may think about those particular incidents, they were not personal. Being here throughout this year and the constant learning how to deal with everything, learning how to take everything in, what you see, what you hear, things being shouted at you, the threats, and everything that you have to deal with just being here.
Well, I do like hearing this part.
It was like a culmination. Sometimes you get so frustrated because you feel like your hands are tied. You don't know what to do. And for a person like me, it's easy for me to get to that point.
He's not as frustrated as this YouTube closed captioning thing is.
And so it would come out in frustration. I take responsibility for that and apologize to you, Your Honor, in the court. Nothing about it was personal. It was a part of me that felt that I haven't been able to defend myself. And I think it was just the pot boiling over.
Defend yourself from what? I thought you were sorry for what happened. Take responsibility for it. What is there to defend?
I was wrong for not being able to control myself the times that I wasn't.
She doesn't care. It's kind of the running over everybody that people are focusing on, Darrell, not your dumb arguments. So try and think about that maybe.
For long as I can remember, I've dealt with a lot of issues.
Dealing with issues.
And going back to what I said a little bit earlier about what people see on the surface. A lot of people don't understand what it is to battle mental health issues.
Thank you, by the way.
Not just that, but the difficulties of life in general.
Yeah, nobody knows about the difficulties of life. Certainly not the victims in the courtroom. Just you.
The childhood I had.
Oh, no. Who was bad in it? Your mom that you just called to testify for you? Your dad who was gone?
Not
What?
having a father, having to see my mom sometimes work 2 and 3 jobs just to be able to support us.
That's why he never liked to have a job. It was so triggering.
I remember being a child and me and my sister, my mom only had 2 children. My sisters passed away. But I remember being a child and me and my sister and my mom standing in the welfare line to get milk, to get cheese, bread, Spam.
He's the only person who's been
You don't
poor.
understand that. You think it's normal.
It is normal when you're poor, you idiot. What's not normal is
I
smacking
remember-
women around and murdering people. That's the not normal part.
Living in apartment buildings infested with rodents and bugs.
That was you. That was just a mirror.
Pouring in cereal in your bowl and having bugs in it.
It's protein, baby. Protein.
A lot of people weren't raised like that. So it'd be hard for them to pull back that veil and understand that.
Mm-hmm.
Physical abuse.
Not enough.
By the people that are supposed to love you.
Which one was that? Is that like when you beat Erica? Or does that doesn't count?
Trying to understand why your mind thinks the way it does.
No, he's
Why you
never been
don't
to SEER
comprehend
school
certain things.
or phase 1 either.
Why no one can provide the answers that you want.
What's the question? Platitudes with attitudes. That's all he's got.
Fact of the matter is,
Which matter?
I have at times been medicated.
Oh. With meth,
I
right?
have been in mental health facilities, only for a short time.
It's other people's fault. Subtitles are off the chain.
I can honestly say that life was better. It helped.
Really?
I think when you're going through something mentally that you don't understand, it always helps when you have people not so much that can relate. That also helps, but it's more, it's not the relating part of it, it's more of the that you can feel comfortable being yourself with. Someone to listen, someone to tell you that, hey, it's all right.
This guy beats
Can't
women.
let your guard down.
This guy beats women, shoots at people, and runs over kids. It's not like he's sitting downstairs depressed, drinking a 6-pack. Come on.
It's a lot. It's a lot. And
I bet Opera's blood pressure looks like a
back
stock
to what
market
I
rally
said
right
about
now.
truth.
It's got to be sky high listening to this garbage.
People are going to, like I said, believe what they want, and that's okay.
Shallow people will, if you're a mass murderer, sometimes think badly about you.
This needs to be said.
It's just a flaw in society. This needs to be said, man.
What happened on November 21st, 2021 was not an attack.
You can hear some people murmuring in the background.
It was not planned, plotted. When you constantly hear that perpetuated, constantly pushed, constantly pushed, constantly pushed,
I agree with him. I don't think he had to plan to murder people. It's just something he would do without any concern. He didn't have to be riled up to do it.
you wonder why. Why?
Because people think you have to be pushed to that there's not somebody as evil as you who would just do it because they're angry, who would just kill all these people for no good reason. People want a better explanation. A hate crime would be a better
This was not
explanation.
an attack.
But you're just an evil loser. Yeah, you ran over Erica. That was an attack. Come on.
This was not an intentional act.
Here he goes. Mad at the victims. Mad at Opera.
No matter how many times you say it over and over, it was not.
This is a lot to ask the victims to endure.
I have a lot of, and this has nothing to do with the victims, the families of the victims.
It's just to do with you and how you feel about how you've been portrayed.
And as a matter of fact, I'm grateful that they had the opportunity to voice their opinions and their frustrations,
Their opinions
and their angers, because I believe and hopefully that will alleviate some of the wounds. I could never point a finger at them and say they're wrong for what they said, their opinions, how they feel. Never. And I won't do it. I won't do it now, and I won't do it ever. They're well within their rights to feel how they feel.
This dude is on repeat.
I felt a lot of frustration and anger yesterday, not towards any of the victims.
Right. Yeah, you didn't. You're just eye rolling and mocking them. I guess he's about to go off on the DA.
It was towards Miss Susan L. Opper.
His statement
And I
has to
won't
be
even
relevant to the sentence.
Throw shots back at her.
So the judge could, rein this in if she wants
Again,
to.
I choose to take the high road.
I don't think you should talk about which roads you take. Is that the one with kids on it?
In spite of the
Loser.
clear language that was used by her, Not gonna fire back.
I don't know.
I'm not gonna do that.
What has
Am
this
I
got to
angry?
do with his sentence? That's all
Hell
the
yeah.
statute requires he's allowed to do, is say things about his sentence.
Hell yeah. But so what?
Yeah, you're gone, buddy.
When it boils down to it, the whole prosecution team had a job to do. Can't be mad at somebody for doing their job.
You just said you were mad.
Attorney Basie, Attorney Witchow, I respect you guys.
Uh-huh.
Regardless of what you may feel about me, I respect you guys. I really do.
Yeah, he doesn't have a right, although the judge is letting him do it, to just go around addressing people in various ways. It's supposed to be relevant to his sentence.
I respect you too, Attorney Opera.
Attorney Opera. Love the translator.
The difference between all you guys is you, Attorney Opera, I don't respect how you did your job.
I'm not sure why the judge needs to
And I
let him
never
just
will.
do this. There's a little difference, I guess.
But I refuse to get in a name calling. I refuse to raise my voice. I refuse to do any of that. And I realized that last night.
Mm-hmm.
The part of me that I don't understand why it goes the way it goes had every intention to come in here and lay into you.
But I thought you were a man of God, though. That you had repented and turned to God.
Out of frustration and out of the fact of feeling that I needed to defend myself by some of the things you said. How you had the audacity to speak on situations that had nothing to do with this tragedy, as if you were there, as if you had intimate details, as if you knew everything that led up to those allegations.
Now, Sanae's not guilty of any of the other stuff either.
Just by reading the police report.
Why is she allowing him to berate the prosecution? I don't know. The statute does not require him to be allowed to berate the prosecution, just to make
I think
statements
every
relevant to his
situation
sentence.
is unique in its own way. It all has different circumstances that leads to ultimately what ends up happening. Reading the police report doesn't give you the right to pass judgment on a situation that, frankly, is none of your concern.
I wish she would direct him off of this. But I guess she's trying to wait him out.
Honestly, you would think for someone that's been doing your job as long as you have, you would think you would understand that.
Yeah, he's in a position to lecture a DA about how to do her job.
You would think that
Just
you
me
have
or
some
anybody else
kind of
think this isn't relevant
integrity.
to his sentence? He's just being allowed to attack and abuse people. Does anybody else think that? I think that. The judge isn't, I'm sorry, I disagree. The judge is not letting him hang himself. He's already hung himself in the trial. What he's being allowed
Even
to do
with
now is
that-
show his butt to people without purpose under the statute. She can do it, I guess, but what difference does it make?
Not gonna bash,
Yeah, probably laugh at him too.
not gonna say anything disrespectful, not gonna call you anything other than
Can she put him in the other room? Hell, she hasn't even
God
told him to move on. Like, I posted the statute this morning before this started. he's allowed to make a statement relevant to his sentence, not everything he ever wants to talk about or insulting different people in the courtroom. I mean, I think it'd be well within her discretion to say, did you have something to speak on about this
As
sentence?
far as the integrity, though,
Yeah, none of it
won't.
is relevant to his sentence.
ever be able to wrap my head around
He's more concerned the DA made a comment that he thinks offends his manhood than
why
he is
you
about
did things
anything
the
he
way
did.
you did it. Made reference to this being an open and shut case.
Yeah.
Yet you needed a whole team to prosecute an open and shut case, as you say. And again, no disrespect.
He doesn't have any manhood. He just thinks he does.
Attorney Basie, Attorney Whitchild.
I don't know.
I feel like they was the reasons why your case had any strong points, not from you.
Yeah, not the videos of you actually doing it.
Okay. 31 years, you said. Well,
yeah, I'm having a rough
well,
time
yeah,
understanding the silence from the bench right now. Sorry.
You've done this.
Attacking the DA personally is not relevant to the sentence.
31 years. I don't believe you're that bright. Yet, I respect you having
Good God.
the resolve to take on something of this magnitude.
The DA already spoke yesterday. I don't know that she's going to
For
say
this
anything else
community.
today. They concluded yesterday.
Can't do nothing but respect that.
Again,
And regardless, when I leave this courtroom, I will have no ill feelings.
the statute is he can make a
With anyone.
statement relevant to his sentence. That's it. This isn't an evidence thing or a wide-ranging argument he's allowed to do. If the judge wanted to say, listen, I need you to speak to me about what your sentence is, not about attorneys and other
I
people,
know this is being
what would be wrong with that? That's exactly in the
live streamed.
statute. I put a picture of it up before we watched this.
I believe even in other countries. I've gotten some mail from Germany,
My God.
Belgium. A lot of it hate mail, which doesn't. I stopped reading it months ago, so it doesn't really affect me. It's irrelevant.
I agree
I do
with
want
you.
to say something
Irrelevant.
to everybody watching, as far as those who take the time, spend the energy and money to write and spew hate, not just against myself, but my family, my children.
She already talked yesterday, so I might send him a letter that says free candy on the envelope, so I'll open it, and then it just says you suck inside.
I have no value in anything that you say. Doesn't bother me. Doesn't affect me.
He can talk as long as the
Keep up the
judge wants to
bad
let him do it about whatever she lets him talk about.
to everyone else, the people that have sent letters of support. I thank you for that, because it's not an easy thing to show love and support to someone who's the most hated man on the planet at this point right now in time. It's not easy. It takes a lot of courage to do that. And I thank you for that.
He doesn't
My
know anything
family
more about
thanks you for
courage
that.
than he knows about a job.
I want to say to the mother of my children,
Which one?
the mothers,
Thank you.
excuse
Be
me,
corrected.
of my children,
Relevant to a sentence? I don't think so.
obviously, I think I should start with the obvious, Erica Patterson. I want you to know, if you're watching, I always have love for you. You're one of the mothers of my children. I can never hate you. I refuse to go that route.
Kelly, I posted earlier
Always
receipt
have
on the
love for you.
donation from last night.
I always respect you.
And my wife matched
got
it
a
this
beautiful
morning
daughter.
too. So we hit twice the impact.
I haven't always been right in the things that I've said, things I've done in regards to you.
Yeah, putting it mildly.
What I will say is, it always takes two.
So now he's going to start lecturing. She's at fault, and this is relevant to his sentence.
I pray that
Did the judge mute
At some
herself
point.
accidentally?
you reconcile with your children.
By shaming her on TV, and this is just going on. Wow. Victim blaming,
That you
shaming this woman,
remembered
lying about her, not relevant to his
Who I
sentence.
am here in my heart. That you remember that. My oldest son, who's an adult, his mother, beautiful, beautiful spirit.
I'm kind of seeing how he's in a system here that let him
Thank
go
her for
when he
the
wasn't killing
times
people,
that
just
she was
trying
there
to kill them.
listen when no one else was.
Sure is soft on people
When
like
I
this.
couldn't figure out what the heck was going on in life, and I was being pulled to this direction or that direction, and just couldn't figure things out. She would take the time to sit and listen, and I thank her for it.
I wish the bailiff part-timed over at the
Times where
Oscars because they know how to start the
I
music
had
and
nowhere to
get
go.
idiots off the stage.
She would find me in the back of abandoned cars or trucks or something of that nature, and she would.
Gonna respectfully disagree with anybody who thinks this is like a
Do things
master
to help.
strategy by the judge to build up a case against this guy when
It's a lot of
you don't
people,
need anything
A lot
else.
of good people out there in the world
This is
still.
just letting her go the whole way. That's it.
She's one of them. I thank you.
Her choice. I still respect
Angel.
her and all that, but I don't know.
That's her name too, by the way, Angel.
I mean, she already knows what she's gonna do and has reasons for it.
When I was all over the place mentally,
No one's ever had a sentence reversed because they
Couldn't
weren't allowed to
sit
do
still.
this. Shame victims, attack DAs and things like that.
Couldn't
There are
make
no cases that
decisions.
say you have to be allowed to do that.
trying to figure out how life would go being young parents, the both of us.
No, there's no gonna. You're not have to be allowed
She
to
never
attack the
once
DA
judged me.
and other victims and stuff in
She
order
never
to
once
keep your sentence from being
ridiculed
appealed.
me and down me because
I
of my
posted the
issues. She
statute earlier.
always
along with
willing
this
to be
Court of
here.
Appeals case, interpreting it.
I'm eternally
The
grateful.
judge is allowed to limit all of this to what is relevant
that.
to the sentence. So again, she can let him go. She
Jessica.
obviously is, but is it required? Nah.
My youngest daughter's mom.
Nah. Statements to his mother's kids is not required right to tell the court what his sentence should be.
I believe it's a reason why God puts anyone in your life at the time that he does. You came into my life at a time where everything was chaotic.
What are the odds he's going to sit there and be this quiet if the judge starts dressing him down? What do you think? He didn't do this yesterday when the DA was dressing him down. He
I
started
didn't
yelling
have a
then.
clue how to even begin to put one foot in front of the other. You came into my life at a time where I was pondering, what did I even have to live for?
Not relevant to your sentence, bro.
And in the midst of that, you gave me my daughter, my baby girl.
Remember that time you were about to level up in
I
Call of
always
Duty?
get
The
emotional
internet went
talking
out,
about her in particular.
dropped you out of the match, had to start over. That sucked, didn't it? We want to hear it all, Darrell. It's all really important.
She's such a daddy's girl. We're very, very close. Very close.
I agree with not fighting him on every detail, but how about any detail? But I get it. I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying.
I felt like when Missy was born, that was God giving me a chance to make good on the mistakes I made with my older two children at the time. I felt like that was redemption. Everything that I didn't do right before I had the chance to right that wrong.
You've never righted any wrong. You've just been wrong. It's good he's talking about his kids because, yeah, his adult kids really showed up for him for this thing, didn't they?
She's probably the single-handed reason why I'm even still breathing.
Well, way to make her
Such a
unpopular.
light. Such a light in my life. Such a light.
Only light you need is a 100-watt light bulb shining over your head 24/7.
She doesn't even understand the extent of everything that's going on. She doesn't know what it is not to be able to talk to me when she wants to be able to see me when she wants to. She just doesn't get it, and I know that.
And she can let him do this, and that's fine. And you know, I respect her. Anybody who thinks this is required to
And I'm
somehow
mindful
prevent
that
an overturning of a sentence, I respectfully
people
disagree with you based on
in
reading the
this community
statute
that
and all
feel
the case
same
law
exact way.
and watching prior case. I just disagree. But I understand it's her discretion. Obviously, he's irritating to everybody. Nobody disagrees about that.
That lights in their life that were taken. So without being sensitive to that, I'll move past that.
Oh, thanks.
I just want to tell my baby girl that I love her. I love you, Missy. My baby boy.
Like a
was
therapy
born in
session.
June.
You should be laying on the
Time
couch
not
pouring
being
this
here.
out.
His mother, Quita.
Mother Quita. She needed Quita hanging out with you a long time ago.
I regret not being able to be there for the times that both
You
of
got
them
your
needed me the
EBT card
most.
refilled.
It's not an easy thing for a woman to go through a pregnancy with virtually no help.
Imagine thinking this is relevant to a sentence. Imagine that. Not saying the judge should shut him down. I'm just saying, imagine thinking this is necessary.
Having to
Because it's not. It's just a choice.
move
Again, anybody think I'm attacking the judge? I'm not. Not attacking that judge.
because of this tragedy,
Like her, her job's hard, all of that.
not feeling safe. Wow.
Just saying he's
While she was
abusing the
pregnant, not
situation.
feeling safe, receiving threats,
EBT card.
things like that. And I wasn't there.
He had Erica's EBT card when he was arrested because he's a loser.
I know what it's like to be at the birth of your children and
Thanks, Kelly. I mentioned
see
before you
them
got in here.
born and
I'm keeping a better
cut the
tally this
umbilical
time, but
cord and
going to do the same thing
do
with
all those
donations we
things.
did
I've done
yesterday.
that.
Put it to the victims. This is an effort for us to all get through this. But at the end of it, there'll be something to show for it.
And to not be able to do it for her and for him.
Could the judge stop him? Yes. I mean, which she could say, look, do you have something to say about the sentence? You need to get to the sentence, not about what's going on with your kids, to the sentence. She doesn't want to, and I understand that. I'm not calling her
So
out
I
over it.
know
I'm
he
just saying
looks
this
like
isn't strictly necessary. It's her choice to allow it.
Pictures. For her to not feel safe to be in the city or be around my family members
Well, that's your fault.
to build that rapport. Because she can't mentally deal with everything that comes with. And for me to not be able to help her, for me to not have any words to uplift her.
Thank you for that, Patricia. Again,
Her expressing her anger.
do something good with that when
To
this is
me.
over. As long as YouTube doesn't steal it.
Not knowing how everything would go. It's hurtful.
I mean, you know, this is on purpose. And his point,
I want her to know.
this is on purpose, dragging this out.
I believe God has a plan for everything, and
Cycling back to the Old Testament.
it's about doing the best you can inside of God's will.
Yeah, there's no statutory right
Say
to
what you want
filibuster.
about me. I'm not gonna walk away from my children.
Well, you can't because you're
I
in jail.
refuse to walk away from my children.
You'd already done that. Lord.
I love all four of you. And that won't stop for nothing. No matter what.
Look, the judge has got the sentence teed up. So when this is done, he's going to get it. That's not going to change.
A lot of
She's going to do the
reference,
right thing on this.
yesterday
And so would any other judge.
was made about death.
Yeah, I wonder if he did just pick up the Bible and say, now I want to read this entire Bible, if there would be people saying, well, you got to let him do it. I mean, you got to let him do whatever he wants to do. He wasn't allowed to do whatever he wants to do the whole rest of the trial. He doesn't have to here. Again,
In
it's not
reference
saying the
to-
judge is wrong. It's just saying it's her courtroom, and there's a certain reason he's allowed to talk about a specific topic.
Opinions towards myself.
She's letting him do this, and that's okay. I know she thinks he'll run out of gas soon, and I hope she's right. And she's going to tee up
I do
his
not
life
fear
sentence,
death.
and he's not coming out of jail.
Not one bit. I do not fear death because I'm in Christ.
How about that sentence?
Whether we believe it or not, at some point, we all have a date.
Now, I think she should have put a time limit.
Everyone
That might have helped
on
him
this planet has
tone
a
it
date.
down. She probably didn't think it was necessary. She did it for his closing argument. For anybody who thinks he has like a constitutional right to talk forever, she set limits on the closing arguments. Nobody, I think, thought he would go on this long, or I didn't, and I'm sure the judge didn't either.
In the
So.
word, it says that it is appointed to man once to die. The way I see it, it's inevitable, so why fear it? I'm 1,000,000% confident in where I'm going when this is all over. 1,000,000% confident. Regardless of what anyone thinks or says, I'm 1,000,000% confident in where I'm going.
Again, if I posted the statute and relevant case law and I've read all of it, there's no constitutional right to talk about your kid's birthday or anything else. That's not in there. What if he wanted to talk for 56 hours and never stop? Say, Judge, I want to do this for weeks. Could he complain? Yeah, he's going to complain. He has a right
We all got to stand
make a
before
statement,
the judgment seat of Christ.
and she
at
has a
some
right
point.
to limit it to things relevant to his sentence and to direct him toward that. It's no requirement that he can talk for like 5 hours or whatever. Now, she's making that choice to let him talk.
All of us.
I'm not arguing with that. Point is, it's not some strict requirement to just let him do whatever he
Nobody's
wants to do
any
for as
better
long as
than
he
the
wants to
next
do
person.
it. Imagine thinking your appeal could be sustained for, Your Honor, I should have been allowed to personally attack the intelligence of the DA. That was relevant to my
Contrary
sentence,
to
right?
belief, I do
Come
not
on.
feel like I'm above anyone.
Could the prosecution complain? Yeah, they don't want to
I
either.
don't
They
feel
want
like
him to
I'm
just shut up and
superior
finish
to
it.
anyone.
And I get it.
I breathe air, I drink water, I eat, I go to the
get it.
bathroom, I bleed just like anyone else. I'm no better.
That's for sure.
I'm a human being. I'm not a monster.
No, you're a monster. But you're a long-winded monster, I'll give you that. The way this guy lies,
I'm a human being that's been trying to
and
figure out for
filibusters.
35 years.
If he had taken a slightly different path, he could be in Congress right now. Just missed his calling. Didn't get out of the hood in time.
Questions that I've never got the answer to.
There he
I
goes again.
noticed yesterday in a lot of the victims'
He's just repeating.
statements.
He's got a
that
constitutional right to continuously
a lot of the
repeat. I don't think
victims
so.
are going through the healing process.
Maybe she has a time frame in mind where she'll be like, okay, that's long enough, and start saying that I need to hear about the sentence, though.
Believe it or not, I've prayed for all victims, family members for a year now to be able to make it through that process. But it is a process. It won't happen overnight.
Yeah, maybe he'll stop by 3 or 2 there.
There was a big question of if I was paying attention, if, this, that, or the third, which I won't really get into.
No, because you're too good of a person to stoop to the
I
level of the
definitely was paying
victims.
attention. And I heard in a lot of those statements, people that were having their own mental health issues.
No, yeah, the victims.
Some recognizing what it was, others not so much. But that's what it was. A lot of things that you just can't quite wrap your head around. Believe it or not, you were talking to someone that's dealt with those same types of questions for a long time. Questioning life itself. Questioning
Sorry,
what's the
Mandy,
point of
he's,
being here
there's a feeling he's got a right to just trash victims and the DA and stuff like
to go
that.
through all this pain.
It's just an election
go
to
through.
let him talk. Choice.
All the doubts, feelings of inadequacy, I can relate to firsthand.
Yeah, I didn't think he would go on this long either. So,
Being made fun of, being joked about, being jeered at, being bullied.
wow, he's been bullied.
Growing up, I can relate to all of that because I've been through it.
Who talked about being bullied? Oh, because that's right, some of them did, but because of the injuries you caused, you freak.
Not knowing if you
God.
even want to wake up after you go to sleep. I've been through that.
Well, don't then. Yeah, I'm not his lawyer, but if I were, I would say stop murdering people.
Wondering if
I
you'll
agree.
even be missed when you're gone.
You won't be. I want to see him get mad so the judge can
weirdest
stop this. The judge can
hours
stop it
of
or
the morning
redirect it
just
at any
sitting up
point.
and
And
just
she's trying to let it go so it'll just finally
finding
be over.
something to stare at.
I mean, it's her courtroom, not his. So, again, not busting on her. Just telling the truth. Just telling the truth. Already posted the statute
Hoping that an
and
answer
the
may
case.
just fall out of the sky on you.
But again, the judge is going to put the boom on him. She will give him the maximum
Me,
sentence. But
myself, I've
if anybody thinks he's going to sit there quietly and listen to her
Like I
bust on
said,
him and berate him for his conduct and
raised
what he
Christian,
did, come on.
but it's been so many times through the years that I've doubted God. It's time. I think everyone in this room can say that. If you believe, you've doubted, you've questioned, you've wondered.
Thank you. Thank you. Putting that in to the pot.
Been in situations
At the
that
end of the day.
just can't figure out why. How did I get here?
I think it's because you got caught murdering people.
What did I miss? What didn't I catch? What didn't I see?
That part where you murdered people.
How did it ever get to this?
And getting caught, murdering people and getting caught. I think
How
that's,
did it ever end up with
I think
this?
that's what led to it, really. A lot of it. A lot of this is that.
At some point we've all been in that position.
Thank you.
Obviously, in my shoes, it's a little different.
I'm just sorry you have shoes.
I said before, for the people that
I think you just caught the judge off guard here. You know, in the closing argument,
Don't
she was
have any
prepared for that,
understanding.
and she set a
I
time limit,
can't
an expectation, and she didn't hear,
sit
and probably
here
because
and
she
be
thought this wouldn't
what
happen.
people
So
want me
I
to
get
be.
that. But yeah, that's not what you normally get to do when you're a murderer.
We're all individuals. We all have our own ways of looking at things, and we all have our own personalities or whatnot. That's what makes us unique. Is our individualism. How one person may react to something, another person may feel the same exact way.
It's a good point.
But probably not.
Like I might
react the
like
same way.
tomatoes, and you may not, and then he may kill innocent
People
people.
can agree.
It's just three different ways of looking at things. That's all.
On certain things, and still have a different approach. And listening to all the victims yesterday that you know had the courage to speak and state their opinions and vent their frustrations.
He was
and their
looking at the
anger
ceiling. I thought maybe he's looking at the air
and
duct, seeing if he
everything.
could fit through it. He's going to have time served for one
Heard
life
a lot
sentence
of-
after the end of just this.
What should have been done, what could have been done, as far as to the remorse. I apologize for not
They should let him be a motivational speaker at Gitmo.
showing people
That
what
might be
they
torture,
wanted
huh?
to see.
I want to do that even to terrorists. That would be too tough, I think.
I just
not
asked
fair.
that there be understanding to that there's a side out of the courtroom that's not seen.
Like she could stop him and say, "How much longer do you
What's
think
seen
you're
in
going to
the
be?"
courtroom
And
is
start
just
directing this a little bit.
a small
would be
piece
the-
of the whole puzzle.
A tiny thing that could be done. Not busting on her. She's going to send him away forever.
Just a fraction. The majority of the time, I'm not standing in the courtroom or sitting in the courtroom.
He's talking about his public image. What's that got to do with this
It's
sentence?
not a day. It's not an hour that goes by that I haven't thought about what's happened. that I haven't tried to wrap my head
Yeah,
around
I'm not,
how
not
how
aware that she's put any time
something
limit on
like this could
anything.
happen.
Again, anybody who doesn't think she can or can control the content of it, nah. That's, you'd have to show me the authority for the person being allowed to do whatever they want to do for as long as they want to do it. I missed that case. I did research it. I could have missed it. We all miss things. Not what I saw in the
Where I
law.
haven't thought
But there's
about
no current time limit. The
pain
statute
that you
says
all
he can
are
make
in.
a statement relevant to a sentence. That's what it says. It doesn't say get up and talk for 60 hours or longer if you want. I mean, what if he says
What
block off
was
the next
lost in
5
the
months? Judge, I got a
fashion
lot
that
to talk
was lost.
about. I want to read a lot of religious textbooks.
Contrary to what people may think. You get to a point though, and obviously it's different with me being in this position and people being on the other side of the coin, so to speak. It's a different position. On my end, you get to a point to where you're just tired. You get to a point where
They should rename this the Darrell
You've
Brooks
cried all
courtroom
the
because
tears
he
you can
controls
cry.
it.
you've
Yeah.
prayed all the prayers you can pray. You never stop praying, but
Let's get to his recipes,
it's repetitive at this point.
sports history.
You get to a point where you're completely drained. You don't know what else you have to give.
He's thinking, look at him. He's so desperate. What have I not said 8 times already?
There was many court dates in the beginning of all these proceedings that I wasn't even sure if I can even come in the courtroom without breaking down.
I'm waiting
was
for him to start
times
making
where-
balloon animals or
I didn't even feel like I was going to make it
request a deck of
through
cards. Tell the judge, pick a card,
court
any card.
proceeding.
I want you to think about the card you're holding, and I want you to put it back in this deck.
When I did have representation, it was times where I told my representation, no, I don't. And that wasn't because I just didn't want to come in the courtroom. It was because mentally I could not handle it. I couldn't. Having to be prepped for everything that I was gonna walk into. Them telling me, you know, it's gonna be this kind of atmosphere and expect this and it's just like, wow. How am I gonna do this?
It's a great point. We as society have left mass murderers behind.
I want
We don't
everyone to
give
know,
mass
though,
murderers the support they need.
when you walk out of the courtroom and the cameras aren't rolling anymore,
It's not as glamorous as it looks, guys.
you don't have the world looking at you
No,
anymore.
it's hard out there.
That's when you can feel like you're human again. When you can go back to your cell, drop your tears, pray, punch your mat if you're frustrated. Sleep it off. Whatever you may choose to do. And I wonder how things would be different if the cameras was rolling then.
And it wouldn't be different, man. We just want you to shut up so you can get your sentence, okay? That's it. No one is going to want to look at you
Remove
after
all
that.
this courtroom how would it be then? We all done things in our life that we regret, that we're not proud of.
Good point. Don't return a library book.
That we don't know what we were thinking.
Don't tell somebody this dress actually looks bad. Murder a bunch of children. I mean, everybody's been there. We've all been there. But when the cameras aren't rolling, guys,
That's
when
been
he
like
can
a
feel
roller
human
coaster
again.
for me in this year, a roller coaster. And obviously, just everyday life, some days are better than others. That's just life in general. Some days are just better than other days. You heard my best friend speak a little bit earlier. About I guess it would be more happier times, but even then, you put on a smile to hide the pain.
You put on a mask to hide from the victims. Coward. God.
Long before November 21st, 2021, long before that day, I was struggling. Long before. Feeling dead inside. Then feeling hopeful.
This kind of shows how he gets away with stuff, though.
Then feeling depressed.
He probably would do this anytime somebody tried to call him out on anything, and they
Then
just give
feeling
up.
happy. Then feeling upset. Just up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. %90 of the time, not even knowing why you're going from point A to B. Why is it going like this?
Is there a sentient being out there who doesn't think he's just doing this
So I
on
think
purpose to burn the judge, the victims, and the people around him? Anybody
lot of
who
things
thinks
to
this
numb
mass
some
murderer
people
is doing this out of his heart rather than to cause
have
as much
different
discomfort as he
things
thinks
that
he can
help
get
them.
away
Some
with
people turn to drugs.
to
some
everybody
people turn
to make this
alcohol,
about
some
him?
people
I don't think so.
turn to many different things. Some people isolate themselves. Some people, however,
Some people turn to alcohol, some to work,
However you deal with
some
it,
turn down the
it's how you
road
deal with it.
and run
At that
over
point
innocent
in my
people at the
life,
parade. That's you.
I chose to put up a front. No one seen me for how I truly felt, then it would be no questions.
He has said this 10 times already.
You see someone and they always have an upbeat appearance, or seem to be smiling, or seem to be in a joyful mood. There's no reason to like what is there a question? How much turmoil could it be? The first thing they would say is every time I see them, they're okay.
Now, again, it's a choice to let him do this. I understand it.
It's not okay.
Respect the judge. Anybody who thinks it's required under the law to let somebody just ramble, babble, and attack people and insult the other attorneys and things, it's
not.
It's not in the statute. You don't have to take my word for it. I posted it. It's in the community post there. You can read it yourself. What the statement he has a right to make, what it has to be topical to. So I know the judge is trying to let him say what he wants to say so she can do what she needs to do. It doesn't mean it's not frustrating, and it doesn't mean that some other judge wouldn't make a different choice to be even easier on him or to shut him up. It's just how she's handling it. So she didn't.
But I do believe one thing.
It's not responsible for this idiot.
As long as you have breath in your body, no matter what you're going through, where you may be, what struggles you have, what you can't figure out, you have to find a way to press forward. You have to keep faith, and you have to press forward. I think
I mean, the case I put the excerpt up from this morning in the community
Apostle
post
Paul said it
was
best.
a case where they wanted the judge to go out and look at a car and take a view of it so that the judge could see it wasn't involved in the
Apostle Paul
assault. And the
said it
judge said,
best.
nah, I'm not going to do that. And they appealed saying, hey,
said,
we need to be able to do that for sentencing. And they like, nah, the judge controls
one
that.
thing
Right?
I do,
So a lot of discretion to the judge
forgetting what's
in this
behind
state,
me.
which there should be.
and straining toward the upward call, of which Christ has taken a hold of him. Straining forward, which
They should rewrite the book of
acknowledging that it's difficult.
Job, that he has to sit there and listen to Darrell Brooks talk about himself, because that would be a
Acknowledging
true
that
trauma.
There'll be opposition. There'll be hurdles to jump. There'll be mountains to climb. It's not going to be easy. Acknowledging that by saying straining.
You've never
Straining
climbed a mountain? You're a hiking enthusiast now? That's
to
nice.
move forward.
Yeah, I agree. I think this may be purposeful to not only to feed his own ego, which he's doing, but also
That's
as a
what
way
I've
to
been learning.
take the best shot he can against what he can left of this system. That's what I think. This isn't about the victims or even about what
Is
his
it
sentence should be.
frustrating that sometimes people mistake that
See, he's just talking about
for-
himself, whatever.
not caring? Yeah. Very frustrating.
Yeah, the judge refused to look at the car. The guy was saying that it had to do with how intense an assault was, and they said we can show you it wasn't that intense. And the point was, they said we want to be able
As
to put on
hard as
mitigating
it
evidence
is,
for the sentence.
you
And the judge
cannot
said, "Yeah, I'm not
turn back the
gonna
hands
do
of
it. Not
time.
gonna look
You
at it.
can't.
You can tell me
As much as I
what's
wish I
relevant to the
had the
sentence,
power to do
and then
that,
we're going to move on." And the dude appealed that and other, amongst other things. And the court said what they said in it. Unfortunately, I don't think I copied.
So I
the
have
whole
to
case. It was more about who gets to speak
look
and on
at
what
life
topic.
going forward, not backward. I have to look at
Did the trial court erroneously exercise its discretion by prohibiting
reality.
the defendant from presenting his quote-unquote car evidence at sentencing? As the trial court correctly noted, the only statements a court must permit are those of the defendant, his counsel, the victim, and the prosecutor. The receipt or consideration of any other statements or evidence at sentencing is within the court's discretion and is conditioned upon being relevant to the sentence. So the judge said, this isn't going to affect how I make your sentence, so I don't want to hear it. So
I've moved past
if it's not relevant to the sentence, you don't have
the
to
actual
go on with it. So you
tragedy
can
of the
direct
day of
toward
November
that.
21st, 2021.
Again, not
and I have
busting on the
not
judge, just telling you what the law is.
Move past
If I'm wrong,
uplifting this community. in
everybody
prayer,
could
and
get
I
a
will
law
continue
degree if
to
you
do
don't have
that
one already. By the
until
time he
it's
gets
my
done
time
talking, look up the cases and show them
to
to me.
pass on. I
I'd
won't
much rather
stop.
read that than listen to this idiot.
Uplifting the communities in prayer, the victims, the families. Regardless of how anyone feels, I will continue to pray for them, because that's what I want my heart to reflect
I like how he says he won't snap back at the victims for their anger because he's
And
just too good
I
of a
don't want
person.
it to be misinterpreted what I'm saying by that, by saying I moved past the actual day. To clarify that so there's no misconception, it's that none of us can go back and change what happened. We can't. But that doesn't mean that my life has to continue to be defined by that. I refuse to continue to live at that time because that time is past. We can always say shoulda, coulda, woulda. Nobody knows what they'll do until they're in that situation. It's easy to say, I would have did this, I could have did this, I should have did this.
Yeah, it's so easy for people to say, I wouldn't run over innocent people in a parade.
Actually there.
So easy to say that.
Does anyone think I haven't asked myself that? Man, I should have, why didn't I? What does it matter now?
Yeah, I don't think it's the finest moment, but
How many times can I pound my fist against something and say,
work started this
why,
morning, and
how could this, wait.
Talked about the limits of relevancy, but it didn't expect
How
this.
many times?
This is out
Before
there.
you just like, you have to move forward.
You just got to move forward, man. Why are people still talking about this?
Forgiveness.
This is like Groundhog Day, but
Matthew
instead of a day,
6,
it's 10 minutes.
14 and 15.
It keeps repeating,
forgiveness.
and the groundhog is the evil demon. It's going back to the Bible. I mean, at this point, I wouldn't blame him to say, Your Honor, at this point, I'd like to just start at Genesis.
For
I'd
if
like to
you
read this whole
forgive
thing
other
to you.
people when
I
they
just wanna read
sin
all of it,
against you,
Your Honor. It's part of my rights, yeah.
your heavenly Father will also forgive you. But if you do not forgive others their sins, your Father will not forgive your sins.
Your Honor, I'd also like to read excerpts from the Dead
That's
Sea
Jesus
Scrolls,
himself, God himself.
the ancient traditions, even before the Bible, Your Honor. I'd like to decipher
I
these
point
hieroglyphics for
no
you.
fingers towards anyone in
The
judgment.
Pharaoh's
to say,
tomb, Your
how
Honor.
did you say this and how? Like I said before, how people process this tragedy is how they choose to.
Your Honor, I'd like to read this phone book. This entire phone book, Your Honor.
I could jump up and down and yell and scream about what was said in regards to me.
See, he's still saying he's a better person than the victims.
But why?
How about that? Now, anybody who's now telling me they're betting a judge will stop him soon, it's a
Everyone
good,
has
it's a
to
solid
make their
comment
own
because
peace
every
with
moment
God.
it does go
And
on
that's what I've done.
is a moment
regardless
closer to
what
when he
people
will
think,
stop.
I've done
At
it.
some point, it will be over. So, I hope sooner is correct.
I don't want that to be confused with being at peace. It's a process, but I've made my peace.
Speaking of peace, Your Honor, I'd like to read a little book that's called War and Peace, Your Honor. The edition I have is 1,472 pages.
That is the only reason why I made the comment that I have a clear conscience. It was not pertaining to remorse. It wasn't mockery. It wasn't to thumb my nose at anyone.
Yeah.
That
He does
wasn't
have a
what that
constitutional
comment was
right to
about.
engage in interpretive dance. Thank you for bringing that up. And then he should also have a right to have someone come in and interpret that back to us. Your Honor, I'd
I've
like to now
chosen to
repeat
do that
everything I said,
because
but in reverse, Your
it was
Honor.
needed. It's easy to lose your way in a world because the world is, as we all know, it's a big place, all types of things.
But it's also
Out
fairly
there,
easy
all
not
types
to
of-
murder people in a parade, I think. I think that's easy too. I mean, I've always been able to dodge it. Never
It's easy to get caught up in
Never
the world.
gone berserk and killed a lot of innocent people in a parade because I was running from the law
I
for
can't,
beating a woman. I've never done
and I
that.
refuse to live the rest of my life trying to please other people.
Yeah, you shouldn't have to do that. Why should you have to do anything in your life to the benefit of anyone else? Remember that old commercial where the
I
FedEx
still
guy
have a
would get up
long
and
way to
talk really
go.
fast and then sit down? This is like
To get to where I need to
the
be.
universe is paying us back for that commercial. This is the ultimate in, oh
But
my
my
God.
life now is about pleasing God. It's about what He wants, not what I want. It's about what He wants, not what everybody else wants.
Let me tell you something. If Stephen Hawking were the judge, he would have gotten up and walked out by now.
I
He
brought
would
up
have found
God's
the inner
will.
strength. This is awful.
Yet another comment that was taken out of context.
These stupid victims taking his comments out of context.
A comment that, again, was not meant in a disrespectful manner
No,
in
exactly.
any way.
It's just these victims.
Was not meant to thumb my nose at anyone in any way. It was the acknowledgement that God is in control of everything. Everything. The good, the bad, and the ugly. He is in control.
Man, this is worse than the last episode of Game of Thrones.
That's what that was
This is terrible.
pointed towards. That and that alone.
Well, it's absolute filibuster. I mean,
For those of us who do believe,
now I'm
we've
looking at my
always
clock.
been taught that
It's
God,
been over a half hour since
His
somebody
ways,
said, I think
not
he'll stop
ours.
at 3, or she'll stop him at 3. It's 3:13.
what He sees fit to do, we can't stand in the way of it.
I'm seeing fewer people feel like it's his constitutional right
matter
to
how
repeat
much we
himself
wish we
so
could,
much
we
without
can't.
at least being gently reminded. You need to get to the point about the sentence, and also stop repeating yourself, and how much longer you're going to go on. I mean, it could happen. I'm not saying she should.
Frankly,
I'm busting on the
sometimes that
judge.
sucks.
Do I think this impacts the judge? Nah. I mean, it doesn't change my opinion of him. I don't think it would change hers. He's awful.
I never thought I
Doesn't
would
care
be
about anybody but
standing here
himself.
not being able to enjoy a time with my family that anyone would enjoy with their family. People lost loved ones. I'm sure they feel the same way.
He's never going to be able to beat a
He never
woman again.
expected to
Guys, come on, think
be
about
here
that.
now because
Isn't
of
that
something
punishment
like
enough?
this. That is not lost on me.
This is absolutely how I see this. I see this as the smartest play I've seen him do in this whole thing. It
To
feeds his
suggest
ego,
that I don't care.
but it's his way to make snide comments about what the victims have said. In addition to the DA.
Out of
This is an
everything that's been
insult
said
session.
during this whole year, that's probably the hardest one to digest.
Is my stream getting darker? Because when he started speaking, I planted an acorn, and now there's a giant oak tree, and there's a lot of shade I have now that I didn't have before.
To suggest
I
that
may have to turn some more lights on.
I'm heartless.
You are heartless. It's not a suggestion.
Mr. Brooks, what do you think this court should do? As far as the sentences are
Here we go.
concerned with all of these
This is the right
convictions?
question. Thank you, Judge. Thank you. Your Honor. What should you do about the sentences? Thank you. That is the statutory question. The sentences.
Honestly, Your Honor,
Yeah, honestly. I'd like to look at Corinthians, Your Honor.
and I don't want this to be taken out of context.
You're the one saying it.
I believe
That I can fly. Time served. Well, he's put a lot of time in today.
there's issues with me attempting to answer that.
Oh, no.
Here's why. I'm still confused.
His time to speak is the judge's discretion and subject
I'm still confused.
how expansive
on
he can
the
be.
true
Hers
nature
too.
and cause of the charges.
Now he's back
I
to
don't
sovereign
understand it.
nonsense. He doesn't understand nature and cause of the charges.
I also
I mean, she should say, look, you're facing 6 life sentences and you're facing
also
decades,
believe a decision
centuries
was already made
for the rest of that. What do you want to do?
before we even got here.
Well, if that's
And
true,
I
then what's all
could
the
be
talking
wrong.
for?
That's not a shot. It's not a slight in any way
It's just an insult, Your Honor.
towards Your Honor. It's not.
I wish there were like
I don't want
5,000
that to be
coughers in the
taken out of
courtroom.
context
It'd be pretty
as
awesome.
well.
There's a cacophony of coughing.
I will say help is needed.
Okay. Help you to the cell? Like what kind of help?
When
Here he
you've
goes.
dealt with certain things as long as I have. We have so many questions about where to start.
No, there's
Where
just
to
one
start.
question. The sentence.
We have so many questions about
He had a lawyer. He didn't want the lawyer. That's the problem with that. I mean,
what can give you the help you need. Who can point you in the direction to get the help you need. There's so many things that you just you don't know where to start at.
yeah, I agree.
Your Honor,
Not a particular time limit. Again, the statutes just says he's allowed to make a statement on why there shouldn't be a sentence on him and
I think
things that are relevant to the sentence.
throughout
That's his
these,
right. And the extent of that is within
proceedings,
a broad discretion of the judge.
and I've
Talked about
noticed
that
this,
car case a little while ago.
that you've been very observant.
And in that situation, they could have walked outside and looked at the car and done it all in about 10 minutes. And the judge said, nah, I'm not going to do it. And it wasn't about insulting the DA or
Very attentive.
talking about his garden when he was a kid or his Xbox controller broke and all the things
Regardless
that
of
he's
me
bringing up.
being frustrated with some of the things.
I know, man.
As
These murder trials. We're all going to look back at this one day and
can't
laugh.
do anything but look at what you have done, which is
Your Honor, I deserve a letter in my permanent record.
you have been very, very keen. I believe that still a lot of
letter about her letting him go on so
issues
long.
there.
And people are not going to like it. I don't like it either. It's her discretion. I'm not busting on her. And she did ask him to. Could you say at least one word out of the 18 million words you're saying that's relevant to what you're
because
here
of the
for?
issues I have. Sometimes I may have said things that you probably didn't really understand what I was meaning by it.
He could make a living by
not,
being a guy that could be hired to answer the phone when people are calling about your
sharp
extended
enough for
warranty. You're approved for this loan. I'd like him to
I think
answer those calls for me and just let him talk. Yes, let me let you talk to my representative,
mind
Darrell.
probably works
I'm
a
very
little
interested
faster
in your
than I
product.
can
He just has a
articulate
few
something.
questions.
Or pronounce something or say something. Obviously, it would be hard to top what was already said about you thus far.
You're a great judge, Judge. The best. I would beat you and kill you, but I wouldn't like doing it. Is what he's.
Incredible.
That's what he
amount-
wants to say.
a credible amount of love.
No, come on now. He loves this
For your
judge.
job in this matter.
Well, she loves it. I
Some
don't know.
even say superhero.
He's
some
pouring on
people-
the charm.
I'm sure you know this, but
Next he's gonna be like,
some
"You got an
people have
EBT
even
card
trusted
on
me
you, Judge? Can I
as
take a
you
look at that
follow me."
EBT card?"
Mr. Brooks, I'm not looking for accolades from anyone. I'm looking here today to sentence you in this case, and I'm frankly more interested in your thoughts on that than your opinion of me and how I conducted myself during this trial.
I wasn't.
Now it's gonna be like,
that part.
"Hey,
I just
you don't talk to me like
I have a
that."
job to do today. It's not an easy one. There's 76 counts. I'd like you, if you can and if you want,
Here we go.
to tell me how you think I should do that.
This is the law.
That's what the victims have stated. That's what the state, right? They
That's what the
provided their
statute is, what the
recommendation.
case is,
the
or-
only thing I could say
Yeah, it's the law.
is one thing that should be taken into account is the time that I've served. Been here a
Okay,
year.
fair. That's fair. I agree. Let's knock it down from 1,870 years to 1,876.
would
That's fair.
Pretty much
We've got to be reasonable.
negate count 76.
True. The beating of Erica. Let's take that one off.
There's that.
Suddenly, math boy's doing the math.
Your Honor, I'm confused. I don't understand the true nature and cause of
Oh.
the charges. So I can't. I don't.
I mean, you know what? If you don't want to say
can't
anything about
really
the sentence, then say, okay, but I
consent
take.
to being sentenced
Right.
when I'm still trying to.
She didn't ask
I
you to
don't have- I
consent,
don't
you
understand.
idiot.
It's not a delay tactic.
Yes, it is. Boy, did he just admit to what he's doing right there.
Not attempting to be disruptive.
Yes, it is.
It's not intended to stop the proceedings.
Yes, this is.
It's my honest opinion. I have trouble with comprehension.
You just said that time served would negate the battery charge because you know precisely how long it's for. You know all of this math, boy. Liar.
I can't say with 1,000,000% certainty. That everything as far as
OJ, and somebody said this
in
is worse than
regards to
OJ.
me,
OJ
everything
wrote his
should be
book, If I
written
Did It,
in its
got it published,
totality.
distributed. People read it and reviewed it in less time this guy's been talking today.
The
This guy's brain is working slower than my
mental
last
health
computer.
issues. I believe that you've seen them rear their head at times. I believe that I know that you've seen that rear his head at times.
Yeah, they've got some kind of motion to do after the sentence is handed down for he's asking for some kind of stay or something stupid.
I also believe that
Exactly. Just throwing out words. Filibuster. I'm not trying
you recognize the need
to talk
for the help that's needed.
slow. Help. What is help really? Help is, it's a word. It's
You've-
4 letters. They're not the same letters. How many letters are there? Why do we pick
Seen
those
things
letters?
as far back as
Let me tell you something. If you don't put the P
My
on the end of
childhood.
help, you could be looking at hell.
and I believe that you understand the
And what is hell without the L? It's he. I'm a
Certain
he. He's a
needs
he. And that's why he needs
that-
help, Judge.
with benefit.
He needs benefits. EBT cards. That's all I'm asking for is the help I need.
Where to start, me myself, I don't know. There's so many issues that
Exactly. What if the help were written
I've been trying to
backwards?
address for a
Would that
long
make it
time.
worse? Play me?
A very
That's the
long
opposite
time.
of help, Your Honor. That's why we move forward. We look at words
I
and we
don't know
read
where to
them
start.
forward, Your Honor, because if we read them backwards, it would be confusing. We'd have to know twice as many words.
No idea.
Nobody wants that.
I can tell you
Exactly. Help spell
that I
backwards is
want
play.
to be able
How confusing
to
would that
get
be
to
for
a
first
point
responders or
in my
responders
life
first?
where
I don't know.
I can have the ability to recognize
Yes.
before
The ability to recognize shapes and colors, Your Honor.
it happens when
That's what I want.
something could become out of control. Before
I suppose it has on a slight delay there. Play.
an outside source can
Outside source.
maybe pinpoint it and say maybe something's wrong. I would want to get to a point
Mm-hmm.
where I can be able to recognize the signs on my own.
Right. He's
I
just
wanna get to
babbling.
a point where I don't have a mind that's jumping back and forth and all over the place, and these moves they go from here to here to here to here to here to here to here, and then it's like, oh, I'm cool, and then it's here to here to here to here. I want to get to a place where I can combat that. This
This is all
Your
nonsense,
Honor,
though,
this-
because
this has not been
what makes
easy.
him mad is very predictable. It's when somebody
And not
challenges his
just
manhood,
this, but
especially a
life in
woman,
general. It has
then
not
that's
been
when he
easy.
freaks out.
it's not easy to
Hard. It's not easy
wake
to be
up every
cheesy,
day
Your
and
Honor.
try to
It's not easy to be cheesy. I have this orange
figure
shirt
out-
on. What color shirt am I going to wear today?
how to stay
Orange or
grounded,
very orange?
or how to stay in a
Yeah,
I don't want to say a box,
right.
but
But
to
a
be
box-like
able to-
area. A boxamendium.
to stay in a straight line, to be able to
In a park box, Your Honor.
take life as it comes, to
A box-tail room is how I like to think of it, Your Honor.
not only be able to cope with things, things are gonna happen, problems happen.
So true. Yeah, the
Life
box
itself
for it.
isn't easy.
He's saying all the same stuff
I
he
wanna get
said
to a
before
point,
she
Your Honor,
said,
where I can-
tell me this. If you're 62, you may not make it. I'm sorry
Be
to tell
able
you
to
to the
say,
end of the
okay, it's
speech.
okay.
You may not make it.
It's okay.
I hope you have longevity in your family and in good health,
I can
solid
be
health.
myself.
He can be himself, and I think
I
that's what
can.
everybody wants to see out of this, is for him to be able to be himself. That's what this
Say, you
trial is
know
really
what?
about.
You aren't the only person going through this. This doesn't make you any less than anybody else.
It kind of does, though, that you're a
I wasn't
convicted mass
asked to be
murderer.
born this way,
Like,
Your
that's a
Honor.
ding
I
on a
wasn't.
resume. I mean,
I was not.
HR departments are just like that.
I don't understand it.
They're going to look at that and they're
the
going to
fact of
judge
the
you.
matter
And it's
is-
terrible. It's
is-
part
is-
of what's wrong with society.
I want to get to a point of
Art lessons, yes.
happiness again.
You should. That's what we're here for, is to craft a path to
be
your
able to be,
happiness.
Medicated and not care what people think. To
Mrs.
be able to
Southern-in-law's
speak my truth
at the
without
office.
having to feel ashamed
Probably has to
that
come in and
some
out.
people may think
Nobody
of me lesser
expected
than
this.
a person because I have to be medicated for life, or because they feel like it's not normal,
You're not normal.
which lends to the reason why I said not wanting to live to please anyone else anymore, but for me to be okay.
All right, I'm getting bed
Here.
sores sitting in this chair,
Here.
waiting for this dude to stop
For me to
talking.
be
Seriously, I need in-home health care
'Cause I haven't
providers to
been
come roll
for
me
a
over
long time.
periodically to continue
I'm
watching
tired.
this guy
I'm
talk.
tired, Your Honor. I'm
How do they
tired.
do it?
Some days I don't know what's up or down. Some days I don't know.
Well, what's up is the light bulb in the top of your
wanna
cell,
know.
and what's down is the concrete floor. So maybe they can put that on like a reference
It's going on
chart for you.
2 hours.
Here we go.
I feel like we're starting to cover the same ground
Yes.
over and over. So I'm going to ask you again,
You can't get anything
because I'm
faster.
really interested in your perspective. I want to know, as I consider and contemplate and finalize what to do in this case, if there are any sentencing recommendations you have on your own behalf to make at this time.
She repeated her question. He's going to repeat his answer. Wow. I don't understand the nature of the charges, Your Honor. Have you heard of this thing called the Bible? And help, spelled backwards, Your
don't.
Honor? And your car's extended warranty, Your Honor. Have you checked into that?
I don't want to live with inside this pain anymore.
I love that translator.
I
The
know
scientist
that's probably
pain.
not the answer you're looking for.
No, not really. I wonder if they would sell an extended warranty that would last as long as he talks. That might be a good value.
I really would like
Let me
to.
ask it this way, sir. 6 of these counts that you have been convicted of
Getting
are
somewhere now.
intentional homicide charges. The options for the court are very limited. Life,
Listen to this,
without the possibility of extended supervision.
because I told you people this.
Life with the possibility of extended supervision as early as 20 years, that's the statute.
That's the statute.
And third, anything in between.
Exactly. That's
And
her
then
job
lastly,
here. It's
related
not
to that,
automatically
there's an
life.
enhancer
Boom, bam.
of 5 years for each count based upon the jury answering that special verdict question, did you commit the offense of intentional homicide by using a dangerous weapon? Thoughts on that?
I don't understand. Life, Your Honor. What is life? When does it begin? When does it end? Who knows the answer to that right now?
You should spend the rest of your life in prison without ever seeing freedom outside bars.
Good
That would
question.
be extended supervision. Should these counts run consecutive or concurrent? Meaning one after the other, or serving them at the same time?
This judge watched my video on the truth about life sentences, didn't she?
I didn't understand everything you said, but I did.
Come on.
I can't live a million years,
Right.
I understand that.
so
Do you think you should stay gone
feel
or
like-
come back? And then once you're done, she can tell you you're not coming back, because that's what she's going to tell you.
I should be able to go somewhere
Somewhere special.
where I can be helped, where I can be properly evaluated, where I can be properly medicated.
See, he doesn't want to go to prison, people. He doesn't want to be responsible.
If that is an extended period of a long, long time, at least I know that I'm getting what I need. Not what I want, what I need. At least then,
We can't
I
always
would
get
be
what we
able to
want, Your
say-
Honor. But I think you'll find sometimes we get what we need.
it's okay. You can be you.
I can be me.
You can be grateful for the fact that you have experts, or I don't know if that's the right word.
Yeah, I mean,
You have people that
expert or just perts? I don't want the ones that quit, Your
know
Honor.
exactly
I want the
what to do.
perts, not an expert.
that recognize exactly what needs to be done and what should be done.
Well, I'd volunteer for that. I know exactly what needs to be done and what should be done.
To be able to like I said, be properly medicated, which is extremely needed. I don't know if that answers.
I'll follow it up again. What I hear you saying, sir, is that you don't have a specific recommendation in terms of how long the sentences are, whether they're life, whether they're consecutive, whether they're concurrent, but you're asking me to take into consideration your mental health needs and your desire to get help. Would that be fair?
She does have to sentence on all 76.
I would say,
I wonder how long she'll take doing it.
and I think it should be what you said. What was the term you used?
The extended supervision term or consecutive versus concurrent?
Yeah,
The one that lets me out, Your Honor.
concurrent.
Right, serving sentences at the same time versus consecutive, one after the other.
Mm-hmm.
Serving it all together.
Yeah, Your Honor. That's a shocker, ladies and gentlemen. He doesn't want consecutive sentences.
My main thing is, you know, like I said, regardless, is to not just be placed somewhere and just forgotten about.
But that's what's going to happen.
That doesn't help.
Did anybody watch Lost and they were all on that
Obviously,
island?
I don't know.
And then it came to the final episode and they found out they were just in purgatory
How
having to
that all
listen to this
works.
guy. And that ending sucked for that series. I hated that.
But I know that it would greatly benefit me to be able to be somewhere where, like I said, I can properly.
I don't like what he's saying now, but at least it's
evaluated and
relevant to his
medicated
sentence, which is
with
what
the
he's supposed to be
things that I
talking
need.
about.
It could be something that I haven't even discovered yet, or not me myself, but it could be something that may be waiting there that could have helped me years ago that I probably wouldn't never have known up until this point, that could have immensely helped. I want the
Thanks, sir.
I want the opportunity.
And again, I think we're starting to repeat some of these topics that you've covered, and I understand what you're saying, and
I
I
want to beat this. I want to beat this. I want the
understand.
Oh, he
opportunity
wants to beat it. I want to
show
beat
that
you.
it can be beat.
I want to beat everybody here,
I
and I
don't-
want to beat this
I don't
rap.
have to live like,
Just
you know,
beat it.
I want to show. I want to show that
No one wants to be mistreated.
regardless of anything, that
It doesn't matter who's wrong or right. Just beat it.
there is still hope.
Just beat it.
I want to be able
Beat
to
it.
show my children that regardless, you can rise up.
You can beat a murder rap, kids.
You don't have to. You don't,
I believe I understand and comprehend your desire to have your mental health issues addressed and met. You've stated that multiple times. I understand that. I can certainly address that in my sentencing remarks here today. At this time, it's been over 2 hours. I appreciate all of the
She's going to take a
words you
breather.
said here today, and
That
the
bathroom
fact that
line is
you've,
going to be lit,
made a statement.
and then she'll come back.
apologize for the length. I didn't even
It's not about the
realize.
time. It's okay. But at this time,
Yeah, I didn't
would
realize.
like to take about a just shy of 20-minute
Yeah, you
break,
needed to
come
tack
back at
5 more
3
on that
p.m.
one.
and start my portion of the sentencing hearing with my sentencing remarks.
That's
and
called the
sentence.
kaboom.
So at this time, we will be in recess until 3 p.m. Thank you, everyone.
All right, guys. I'm going to do the same thing that she's going to do, and I'll be right back. And we'll see what the final words are. The judge's turn. All right, so I stepped out and I was able to secure a copy of the transcript of Brooks' speech. So I do have that going. So I could leaf back through that and see the things that he said. It was a quick one. Let's see. It actually did get dark in here, didn't it? Yeah, that dude has some nice nails. I think we can all agree on that. All right. Maybe that fixed that. I don't know. So this will be some good reading later on. Transcript of Brooks' speech. Autographed copy. I'll put that on eBay later. Oh man, you outed me. It's not really a transcript. It is in fact an old dictionary and has been used in other videos as a prop. So somebody said, will he put his mask back on? Yeah, he might. He keeps alluding to these mysterious reasons why he wears it and he doesn't wear it, but it's pretty obvious. The reason is he wears it except for when he's trying to get people to feel sorry for him. This is not alcoholic. I just wish it was. All right. So all the money I'm going to bet on this, which is zero, goes on the dot that says the judge gives him life sentence, no chance for extended release. And I don't really care if she makes that consecutive or not because that's good enough. But I feel like she will. Yeah, he did not apologize. He didn't apologize. He did not. And he spent all that time attacking the DA, insulting her, then insulting the victims. All these words said about me, but I'm not going to fire any shots back because I'm reading the Bible over here. I'm not like these stupid victims with their mental issues. They don't even know they have these. Some of them know, some of them don't know. He scored, to me, 0 points in his own favor there, just none. Not that I think he could really do anything to help himself, but I don't think that he did either. I do think it was purposeful to get as many shots implied in as he possibly could. He went pretty hard at the DA. Maybe he was even surprised he was allowed to go as far as he could because he kept trying to come up with new ways to insult the DA. Then he started slipping things in on the victims. Pretty sly there, more than I've seen him do, better than I've seen him do. And he wanted to turn around and let's don't forget, if we have some aggravation with the judge for how long this went, she did not let him turn around and look directly at people in the courtroom. So I appreciate that she did that and prevented that from happening. Yeah, he does have some nice nails, his hands. Maybe he's been soaking them in palm olive. Yeah, there's not going to be any mental evaluation. None of that is really relevant. The life sentence, which Class A felony, mandatory life sentence. The problem is life means just what she said, which is a minimum of 20 years. Any amount over that, up to and including the potential to never be released. That's her decision to make, and it's her decision to make whether it's consecutive or concurrent. 5 years added for a deadly weapon potentially. So that's what she's got to decide and say. And that's what she's going to do. So I think it's going to be life with no release. No, he can't turn around and start talking to other people if that's what he wants to do. Remember that the law provides there that that he's allowed to make a statement to the judge about why she shouldn't give a sentence and what the nature of the sentence should be. That's it. He doesn't have a right to just do whatever he wants to do or to speak to anyone else in the courtroom. He does not have a right to do that in this proceeding. That's what he had the right to do. And he obviously pushed that beyond the bounds. The judge let him go a long time. Okay. She made the judgment call on that. She's the judge. And now, as she said, it's going to be her turn. Yeah. So my bet is, life in a gas chamber would be about what I'd like to see, but he's going to get that. No chance for release, I believe. And to me, that means it doesn't really matter if it's consecutive or concurrent, because again, if you start putting these things consecutive, huge sums of years there, right? So he's just gone. He's gone for good. So can Opper talk again? I don't think the judge is going to do that. I think the judge is going to move on with this and go ahead and do the sentencing portion. Now, I don't know how she's going to do it, but and I'm not a criminal lawyer, but I have been in criminal cases helping the DA's office. So not anytime soon, but a while back. Anyway, the point of this is I have seen judges read the riot act more or less to these people, telling them what they think of their actions. If she were to choose to do that, he might start acting up at that point and talking about how it'd be best if he was in the other room and blah, 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 and all that. So does he not know that mental health treatment is available in prison? Well, I don't think that's his point for asking for mental health treatment. To call me a cynic, I believe his point for asking for it is because he's hoping that can be done somewhere other than prison with the potential for him to get out. I think that's his whole point there. That's his point. I knocked something over in here. I don't know what it was. No, I think the judge is going to send him to prison for the rest of his life. This is my opinion. We're all going to know soon. So she comes back and does it. And whether she'll, how she'll do all the counts and things. It's, from an academic standpoint, it's curious how she's going to handle this many charges and all the years and modifiers and life sentences and decades of prison and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different levels of counts in 76 charges. I got my summary sheet here, so at least I can try and track a little bit what she does. If I understood what somebody meant by facility. So, yeah, he wants a mental hospital and not prison. And Your Honor, I'd like to get the help I need, which would be a facility with the right treatment options and a really low wall, Your Honor, a really low wall around it that they don't look at a lot, Your Honor. That's what I would like. Yep, cushy hospitals. He wants to find a path to happiness, he said. So, yeah, can the judge mention all these things about him sneering? Yes, she absolutely can. She can talk about how he behaved in the crime, how he behaved after the crime, how he behaved in court. She can do all that. Whether she does do it is up to her. And if she does start doing it, is he going to sit there and listen to that? I don't know. Or is he going to create another scene and get sent to the other room and muted while she's reading a sentence? I don't know how he's going to behave. His history is to never show respect to anybody who he's supposed to listen to while demanding it for himself. He wants to drive. Yeah, I hope not. I just want a vehicle again, Your Honor. I like the open road. That's where I want to be. I'd like to see him bound and gagged. Obviously I don't like the visuals of that, and it's the last resort and all that. But boy, if there's somebody who deserves it, he's the candidate. How do they keep their nails looking so good in prison, though? That's impressive in some way, some weird way. How does he do it? I don't know. What's his secret? Maybe that'll help his social standing there. It's, he's gonna have to spend time with other people there and get to know them and become part of the scene there. Yeah, maybe with a shank and cleaning the nails with that. I don't know. A shiv. All the prison words. didn't understand. Join the chess club. That is a definite option for him. I think he would have a lot of time to study the openings and the various mid-game and become an in-game master as well. So, yes. Yeah, I don't think the DA is going to talk again. It's just my opinion. So, it's again, the statutory procedure is slightly loose on this because the judge has to have a lot of options to be able to consider things. But I think she's going to move on. She said before the break, when I come back, it's my turn. And I think that's exactly what she's going to do. I do think, regardless, because I think it's asking too much to expect him to take on board whatever she's going to say, other than he might be interested in hearing it. But she's also going to speak to the community. She's gonna speak to the community about the horrific nature of the crime and having listened to the victim statements, what that meant to her, and she's going to mean all that. I mean, how can she not? We all did the same thing, and so I think that's part of what will be happening when she talks. Yeah, I don't know about what would I stream after this? I don't know. You know, you didn't really expect to be doing this one, but it just kind of happened because I wanted to see what he's going to do with this thing. I will take a look at these Manson documents just out of total curiosity. I read them this morning. They were sent to me by somebody. Probably make a video on that because it's some interesting law nerd points in it for his case. And the case wouldn't be so interesting to me if the facts weren't so murky and all of that, but they are, and so it's kind of interesting from a legal perspective, following up from the Depp Heard case. I mean, the whole reason I made any legal video was because I watched some of the trials being publicized, including the Johnny Depp one with Amber Heard, and then the Manson case started, and I actually just read the lawsuit just out of interest and found out that the way the media was portraying it was not what it was. Well, that's a shocker, right? So I'm like, well, I'm going to try and explain this to people because it's just not right. And then down the rabbit hole you go. But I have to say, doing this live stream, while it was terrible yesterday, I would have rather, if I was going to watch it and have a chat with like the people who were in this chat, helped get through it a lot, I think. So and today, as stupid as it is, has been more bearable to talk and also to interact with you guys on this, to get through this nonsense that he was spouting out. So this is more fun and satisfying than making a video about a case. Somebody said, well, I covered the Sarah Boone suitcase, murder case, and that was asked before. I don't know. That's a tough one because it's hard. It would be hard to do it without making insensitive puns about that case. Like, how could they carry on that way? It's an open and shut case. Her defense could be that because it was carry on, she didn't have to check it. I don't know. It would be hard to do that. I did those things already, so I wouldn't have to repeat it. So if I do that case, I can, Twitter is going off. I can do it without making stupid jokes. Yeah, he's got a sudden concern for his mental health, doesn't he? It's fascinating how, let's see. First of all, I got your question there, but I'm also writing down your donation first because, like I did yesterday, I add all this up at the end and send it to a charity that benefits the victims in this case. We did that last night with the donations that were made yesterday, and I think I mentioned earlier, my wife actually doubled that this morning on her own accord, and we'll do it again. So the question was him saying, hey, I don't understand the charges. Now, of course, he's been saying that the whole time, and would that be a ground for appeal? Well, not really, because he's been told the charges the whole way through. And also, she just said to him again, let's take these, for instance. You face a minimum of 20 years or longer, or potentially never coming out. How do you think this should go? And he gave a cogent answer, which was, I sure wish I could go somewhere where I could not be in prison and have people pay attention to whether I'm happy or not. Could I do that? I think that's all the understanding he needs. So, and it was explained to me, and I did learn that the understanding thing is a sovereign context and used by them to indicate they're not submitting to the jurisdiction of a court. So I don't think that's what he was trying to do here, but also there again, maybe so. I don't know. That, you know, sometimes they don't like to use the word understanding because they think it means to stand under, which I guess they think means a lightning bug could kill you, and you don't park in a driveway, and you don't drive on a parkway, and I don't know, sovereign stuff doesn't make a lot of sense to me sometimes. So Brooks is back on his path to happiness, and the judge will help him with that here in just a moment. He's giving the Bible a little breather there. Yeah, I really apologize for those jokes about that suitcase thing. It just seems like a lot of baggage I carry around to make old puns like that. It's terrible. However, in all seriousness, the video of that is absolutely awful. It is terrible. That case is weird and terrible. So the judge is probably still in the comfort break and getting her things. You know, she's got a lot to go over because, you know, I made the video before about what she has to do, which is she has to have all this happen, and then she has to talk about the factors, assessing that. I appreciate that donation. I am going to have to figure out what that means, though. But I will do it because I don't know what that money is. But thank you. And I mentioned before that this will go to the victims. Thank you very much. I think I got it written down correctly. So she has to consider all the gravity of the crime, the rehabilitative needs of the defendant and his character, and the need to protect the public. She's got to put it all in that context. And then hand down these sentences that she has thought about. It can't be mechanical. So there was some controversy about, well, why do you even bother with this? Because
thank you, everyone.
he gets a life sentence, but I think everybody understands now the law is not so clear as that. She has a job to do, and she is about to do it. This is what we came for. The final battle. What's the
we are
business?
back on the record and state versus Brooks. Appearances are as they were
Check
before.
cram. God, that sounds awesome. Sorry.
I want to give you all a little bit of my roadmap for my remarks here today and what will ultimately conclude with the sentencing. I'm going to start with a review, frankly, of Mr. Brooks's NGI plea. Now, I wasn't going to start out doing that,
Not guilty by reason of insanity. She's
but I
talking
feel
about.
compelled to make a record of certain things in light of many of the statements that were made here today by Mr. Brooks and his family.
Yeah, he's a nut.
Following that, I'm going to talk about the case, the strength of the case, the witnesses and evidence that was presented, and some of the things that really impacted me throughout that time and throughout the nearly 4 weeks of trial. Then I will spend some time talking about the victims, their victim impact statements, and again, things that have stood out here to me. I cannot comment on all of the victim statements that have been made, but there are a few that I do want to highlight. And then ultimately, go through the sentencing factors. Because all of these things I'm going to talk about relate to those factors, which in Wisconsin, there are 3 primary factors: the seriousness of the offense, the need to protect the public, and the character and rehabilitative needs of the defendant. So I want to start sort of near the end of all of the remarks over the last couple of days, and that is with my thoughts on Mr. Brooks and his mental health. I'm not here to debate that you have had a history over time of intersecting with the mental health agencies, and that you may have in your history trauma, emotional pain, and things of that nature. I have read through not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 reports from experts people who are well known in this field of what we call forensic psychology and psychiatry, individuals who have an expertise in evaluating a plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. Because I don't want there to be any doubt in my sentencing here today that I've considered that. But I also don't want there to be any doubt that somehow this trial was missing something. Because the fact is, Mr. Brooks entered a special plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect in the early summer, maybe late spring of this year. And this court ordered 3 court-ordered evaluations, and the state retained an expert to also review the issue. Whether the defense team at that point ever hired anyone, they are not required to disclose that. I don't know, but I have 4 well-known doctors who have written this court based upon the orders that were made or one doctor being retained. And these are reports that are thorough. One report is 24 pages, another is more of a summary, it's 8 pages, another is 26 pages, and then another is 12. And they look at the discovery information, so police reports, videographic evidence, things of that nature. They have access to any mental health related records from prior stays or things like that. They look at a history, they meet with Mr. Brooks. I've referenced this in the past when competency wasn't so much raised by any of the parties here, but during the trial there was, as Attorney Opper wanted to make a record one day of Mr. Brooks's competency. And I will restate what I stated at that point. I have absolutely no doubt that Mr. Brooks is competent. I'm obviously well versed in the legal standard, but that is not something that this court was frankly ever concerned about at any point in time. I know that his attorneys, when he had attorneys, never raised the issue. And it was really only after the trial began that that issue was raised, I think, by the public based upon what they saw. But Attorney Opper, like myself, had the benefit of having reviewed each and every one of these examinations. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time, but I think it's important because it goes also to Mr. Brooks's character, which is one of the things that this court must consider along with his rehabilitative needs. And I'm going to read parts of these evaluations so that you all understand the information that I have and why it is my opinion that mental health issues did not cause him to do what he did on November 21 of 2021, and frankly did not play a role. That's not to say that he wasn't diagnosed with something. I've referenced this previously, but that's an antisocial personality disorder. And this is what one of the reports has to say. They've looked at one doctor indicated that there was available evidence to sustain a diagnosis of cannabis abuse, intoxication, antisocial personality disorder, adjustment disorder with mixed disturbance of emotions and conduct. And the reports go on to describe what those things are and that they may qualify as an abnormal condition of the mind substantially affecting mental or emotional processes, and thus as a mental disease or defect as broadly defined by the Wisconsin jury instructions, and that's at least as to the adjustment disorder. Cannabis abuse or intoxication would not. The diagnosis of antisocial personality disorder, and this is what the doctor said, reflects converging support of an underlying characterological disorder versus a major mental illness. In Mr. Brooks's case, I would note his history of disregarding the rights of others and conforming to societal norms, including in the forms of multiple acts of violence beginning in his youth, contacts with the criminal justice system, lack of remorse as indicated by being indifferent, rationalizing, etc. The doctor goes on that it's her understanding that this characterological condition would not qualify as a mental disease or defect as defined by the applicable statute, which also specifies that mental disease or defect does not include an abnormality manifested only by repeated criminal or otherwise antisocial conduct. Goes on to talk about her opinion regarding criminal non-responsibility. And the examiner rendered an opinion to a reasonable degree of professional certainty that there was not support for the defendant's special plea, that the facts at hand do not sustain a conclusion to a reasonable degree of professional certainty that because of symptoms of a mental disease or defect, Mr. Brooks was rendered to lack substantial capacity either to appreciate the wrongfulness of the alleged misconduct or conform his conduct to the requirements of the law at the time in question. In arriving at this opinion, the following considerations were significant to this examiner. While acknowledging Mr. Brooks' documented history of episodic contacts with mental health professionals beginning in adolescence, most of the time he has had such contacts or received mental health treatment when in custody. In effect, there is not a sustained, documented history of a diagnosed major mental illness for him predating the alleged offense or otherwise. Looked at a psychiatric review from April of 2010. At that point, the defendant was determined to have no medically determinable impairment on which to qualify for disability benefits. The consultant who conducted the review noted that Mr. Brooks' claimed mental illness was not, quote, well established, quote, that the statements that he made at that point were not deemed credible, they were inconsistent and not verified by treatment providers in the community. Factor number 2, the defendant's history of violence beginning years predating the alleged offense is significant. He faced multiple prior domestic-related charges. He was not permitted in his mother's home because of the history of violence. To be sure, the magnitude and lethality of Mr. Brooks's violence in the commission of the alleged offenses is more severe than what was previously known. However, the defendant's history of a pattern of violent behavior, coupled with other aspects of his history, and this case strongly suggests that his mental state, which produced the alleged offenses, was most fundamentally formed and fueled by contributions of his underlying characterological dysfunction, anger, and rage born of his conflict with his girlfriend moments before the Christmas parade tragedy. The examiner considered Mr. Brooks's episodic endorsement of auditory hallucinations, including on clinical interview with the undersigned, meaning the examiner, and in a couple of recorded jail phone calls subsequent to his arrest. She said this, "I am unaware of any objective corroboration that he presented, either in the hours leading up to or following the alleged offenses, as internally preoccupied or otherwise exhibiting signs of impaired reality, contact, or behavioral discontrol. To the contrary, the defendant's conduct within hours of the onset and moments following the alleged misconduct was organized, controlled, and purposeful. Moreover, he demonstrated the motivation and capacity to take efforts to evade detection and try to flee the immediate area of the parade carnage." She went on, "I have considered the seemingly inexplicable nature and magnitude of the violence and mayhem wrought by the defendant's conduct on the day in question. He has caused 6 deaths, dozens of injuries, and terrorized hundreds of parade participants and thousands of spectators. There is no indication in the extensive compilation of records and other information available that at the time of the alleged misconduct, he lacked substantial capacity to either control or conform his conduct to the requirements of the law, or that his reality contact capacity to appreciate wrongfulness was substantially impaired. In the context of rage born of his conflict and altercation with his former girlfriend turmoil, The defendant was disinclined to control his behavior or attend to its consequences. Notwithstanding the magnitude of the violence in this case, a mental disease or defect is not defined by the unnaturalness or enormity of the act. Moreover, temporary passion or frenzy prompted by revenge, hatred, jealousy, envy, or the like does not constitute a mental disease or defect. She goes on to talk about the course of functioning of Mr. Brooks during the day leading up to the alleged offense. Does not suggest that he was behaviorally dysregulated or that his reality contact was impaired. Goes on to talk about what he did in the immediate aftermath of the parade, including fleeing the vicinity, making efforts to evade detection or responsibility, and other things. Went on to discuss other evidence, including the videographic evidence of the Ring doorbell and being on the porch where he sought to use the phone. He had apparently discarded a couple of small bags, later determined to contain marijuana. And presumably, this is the examiner again, he discarded items to evade responsibility for possessing them. By implication, such conduct strongly suggests his capacity to appreciate wrongfulness was then intact. When responding to law enforcement officials, he followed their commands. He lowered himself to the ground. We saw that on the recording of his arrest when he was taken into custody and detained. None of the behaviors nor verbal remarks at the time of the arrest suggest he was behaviorally dysregulated or that his reality contact was impaired. Following his arrest and being taken into custody, he engaged in an informal series of verbal exchanges with authorities, and none of his statements taken at face value suggest he was then actively psychotic or that his behavior controls were substantially impaired. She then goes on to talk about the Mirandized statements. This court personally watched every minute of that interaction with Detective Carpenter and Detective Stern, along with the one from the night before, which was at the hospital within hours. And I would concur with the examiner's conclusions that the content of his initial statements to authorities included multiple efforts to deceive or mislead. He changed his story multiple times, including he initially denied being in Waukesha the prior Saturday. He initially asserted he traveled to Waukesha on the day in question in a tan Kia with a friend. He initially asserted his mother did not own a vehicle, though later acknowledged as much, and that he used it from time to time. Other changes in his story over the course of his statements and the nature of them further suggest that he was making active attempts to evade detection or responsibility. By implication, such behavior strongly suggests that his reality contact was then intact. When he was shown photographs of driving in the SUV into the parade route, he indicated it was not him. And this is again the examiner. With the police. She's noting the police contact. It was not until Mr. Brooks was in the booking area of the Waukesha County Jail that he displayed some emotion, and this was to, I believe, Detective Stern, where he said, "I didn't mean to kill nobody." Such a remark indicates an awareness of the consequences of his actions and runs counter to a conclusion of an exculpatory mental disease or defect. There's other criteria or other factors. I'm not going to read them all. That was probably one of the more comprehensive explanations of why that examiner did not conclude that there was support for the special plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. All four examiners shared similar observations. Certainly their conclusions were that there was not support for the special plea. One examiner talked about, again, conduct after driving through the parade, abandoning the vehicle used in the act, altering his appearance by removing his outer layer of clothing, altering how he was wearing his hair, and then engaging in further efforts to leave the scene by securing transportation via a ride-sharing application. This particular examiner went on to say, while he essentially, meaning Mr. Brooks, disclaimed any memory of those actions and could therefore not explain them, such behaviors strongly suggest an awareness of wrongdoing and a desire to avoid detection. Another examiner had very similar things: antisocial personality disorder with borderline features, talked about the cannabis use disorder and full remission in a controlled environment. What's interesting about this particular report is the description of an antisocial personality disorder. The DSM-5 defines antisocial personality disorder as a pervasive pattern of disregard for a violation of the rights of others occurring since age 15 years, as indicated by 3 or more of the following: failure to conform to social norms with respect to lawful behaviors, as indicated by repeated performing acts that are grounds for arrest. 2, deceitfulness, as indicated by repeated lying, use of aliases, or conning others for personal profit or pleasure. 3, impulsivity or failure to plan ahead. 4, irritability and aggressiveness, as indicated by repeated physical fights or assaults. 5, reckless disregard for safety of self and others. 6, consistent irresponsibility, as indicated by repeated failure to sustain consistent work behavior or honor financial obligations. 7, lack of remorse, as indicated by being indifferent to or rationalizing having hurt, mistreated, or stolen from another. In addition, the individual is at least 18 years old and there is evidence of a conduct disorder prior to the age of 15. This examiner noted Mr. Brooks meets nearly all of the symptoms described above because he has exhibited a long-term maladaptive pattern of behavior involving a disregard for and violation of the rights of others, beginning in childhood and continuing through adult life. The borderline features reflect a general inability to sustain healthy relationships with others, including his domestically violent relationship with victim PPP. That examiner goes on with further analysis and conclusions, again finding that there is not support. The last examiner, again, made similar conclusions, also diagnosing Mr. Brooks with an antisocial personality disorder. Why is that important? There is no doubt that in our criminal justice system today, we face a crisis of the mentally ill intersecting in our courts. In the last year and a half alone, this court has ordered many competency evaluations, presided over a number of contested competency hearings, and ordered many, many evaluations for the special plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. And the bottom line is, for this court, Mr. Brooks does not present as a person who is either not competent or not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. It is frankly heartbreaking to see those individuals who truly suffer from schizophrenia, for example, intersect in our criminal justice system. Sometimes they do unspeakable things. They hurt other people. I'm thinking of one such gentleman who was so schizophrenic and out of control. He couldn't even be kept in the courtroom. He was too loud. He clearly, if you've ever been in the room with someone who is suffering from auditory or visual hallucinations, it is not something you easily forget. It makes an impression, even on someone like myself who's not an MD or a doctorate level psychologist. I've been in the room with an individual who was, when I did defense work, and he was accused of killing someone near and dear to him. It's a very, very different presentation. It's heartbreaking. It's heart-wrenching. Do the mentally ill sometimes commit atrocious crimes? They do. This is not one of those situations. We've heard Mr. Brooks's family talk about mental illness and bipolar. You know, in addition, before I get to that, I've also had, over my 11 years on the bench, of coming face to face with evil on occasion. There are many times, good people do bad things, but there are times when evil people do bad things. There is no medication or treatment for a heart that is bent on evil. Child trauma, bipolar, indifference, physical abuse of a child, or even childhood trauma did not cause Darrell Brooks to commit the acts for which he will be sentenced here today. It is very clear to this court that he understands the difference between right and wrong, and that he simply chooses to ignore his conscience. He is fueled by anger and rage. Some people, unfortunately, choose a path of evil, and I think, Mr. Brooks, you are one of those such persons. As a mom, my heart breaks for your family, for your mom, and for your grandmother. The son that she raised, the grandson that your grandmother knew, the hopes and dreams they had for your life, they're gone. And I think it's perhaps far easier for them to blame a mental illness than to perhaps come to grips with their son did very, very bad things due to very bad motivations. One of the things ultimately that will happen when you are in prison, sir, is that the Department of Corrections, they are statutorily responsible for your care and your well-being, including your mental health. I do not have any authority to dictate to them where you go or how they treat you. That is far different than when there is support for a plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect, because then the court has available what is called treatment facilities and a commitment to such a treatment facility. That is something that is simply not on the table. And again, 4 evaluations, not even my own assessment, but 4 evaluations from licensed professionals say otherwise, even in the face of your family saying that, and even in the face of you claiming that. I'm not even here to say that some of those things can't coexist, and that you might not have some of your own mental health issues, whether it be bipolar, childhood trauma, or things of that nature. But the bottom line is none of that caused you to do what you did on November 21 of 2021. I want to next turn to the trial in this case. And I think it's important that the sentence here today focuses on your conduct on November 21 of 2021 and the moments leading up to that tragic and fateful decision of yours to drive through the Waukesha Christmas parade, and of course the moments after. I, of course, through my sentencing remarks and ultimately what I do here today, I can't answer all of the questions. I can't address all of the issues, including the why perhaps the one question that will remain unanswered. Why? Why did you barrel down White Rock Avenue? Why did you not stop? Why did you keep going? Many of us in this courtroom sat through the entire trial. And what we learned is that very early on in the afternoon of November 21, starting at around 1 p.m., the police got ready for the parade. The staging area was set up, and that was all along White Rock Avenue. Signs were put in place. Ultimately, barricades were put up at a number of locations on Main Street and surrounding that. We know, because we heard from Sergeant Warner about what he had done, and he had, right before the start of the parade, had driven down the parade route. It was on his shoulders, his responsibility to make sure everything was safe and in order. What's important about that staging area, sir, is we know that that is where the altercation with Erica Patterson really came to a head. We all watched that video, multiple videos. And we know that even before that, you appeared angry and upset. 2 individuals testified about you being at that mobile gas station, how you turned the wrong way down a one-way street, waved your hands in the air, rolled down your window, either exchanged gestures or words with one of the drivers. Perhaps 30 minutes or so before the start of the parade, maybe an hour or so before you drove down the parade route. But what's important is the signage. Even you, at one point, I believe when you were talking with Detective Carpenter, noted, it was my words, my assessment, it was clear something was going on. I think what you said was a lot of shit was blocked off. You'd driven past those signs on the staging area. The fact remains they were there, sir. And the fact remains is you told Detective Carpenter that. We then heard from the witnesses related to Ms. Patterson. We heard from Corey Runkle. We heard from Erica Patterson herself. My impression, based upon Erica Patterson's testimony, who, by the way, she showed grace and dignity facing you, the man who clearly has no regard for her as a mother of one of your children, as someone you had a domestic partnership with and a relationship with at one point.
That's not true.
We know, and I would say this goes to your character, what was shown through that altercation and going up the hill, following her, slapping her. You know, the rules don't matter to you, not the rules of the road, not the rules established by court orders, not the rules even of decorum and decency. And I'll get to this more fully when I talk about your character. And I know you went hard at Attorney Opper for her bringing these things up, but those are legitimate, lawful sentencing considerations. And when I get to that point, I'll tell you the case law that supports that. Your character, even your pending cases.
I don't need no case law.
We know at the time of all of this, right, you were out on bond for 2 felony cases, one involving a handgun, one involving the same vehicle in Erica Patterson, and one involving ultimately intimidation of Ms. Patterson. We know that on November 20th, and she was very contrite about this. She told you where she was. She invited you out there. And that you had contact with her on the 20th. There was some physical.
Contact with her on the 20th.
Mr. Brooks, this is my time. You
That's the
need to
reason-
not
That's
interrupt.
the reason why the charge was dropped.
Mr. Brooks,
because the state
You need to stop.
said specifically, wrote you, Your Honor, and said that they know it was no incident that day.
Mr.
And now
Brooks,
you want to sit up here.
do not
and now
interrupt me or you will be removed to
and,
the other
and now you
courtroom.
want to sit up here
Stop
and try to
now.
add something in that you know for a fact never even happened. You want to sit up here
Mr.
and talk
Brooks,
about
every
who has
time-
grace and all this. You talking about someone with 5 kids that don't have custody.
You need to stop
None of
right
them.
now or you will be removed.
Remove me then.
All right? He will be removed. He cannot simply stay
I don't
quiet when
consent
this
to being
court talks.
sentenced anyway. I don't consent to this. Just like I told you, I don't know the.
He'll be in recess until he's
I don't
removed
even
to the other
understand
courtroom.
the true nature and cause.
I'm not a psychiatrist, but it appears that Brooks' bipolar disorder can come and go within mere moments. Obviously, he was in a Christ-like demeanor, a saintly person, simply looking for a path to happiness that we all strive for only moments ago, and now murderous rage again. So, he just needs the help that he wants so he can get to his path of happiness. But yeah, so here we go again, where once he's put to the task of being held responsible, even in mentioning some of just the start, obviously, of what he has done, he explodes in rage. He wasn't going to sit there and let a woman talk to him like that. Again, the judge, a better person than me, because I probably would have whipped out old Illinois versus Allen, read the part to him about how if you're not going to shut up, you can be gagged, balled it up into a ball, given it to the bailiff, and said, put this in his mouth and let me finish what I got to do. And then he can and put the mask right back over it so we don't have to look at him, and then, let's carry on. The judge, a much, much better person than me. So he's going to the other side, and of course he's going to show his butt over there and all that. And I don't think his mom is going to be embarrassed by any of this. They just don't see it. They don't see it. They don't see it. This, look at his behavior. He's able to act like, Your Honor, you have been very keen on this, Your Honor. You have done a great job, Your Honor, and saying all those things. And then, wait, you're going to say something negative about me? Oh, and he's going to blow up then. Well, put me over there then. I think the best idea that he might be crazy is that he has a self-perception that he's in control of any aspect of his life. Like, you're not going to tell me what to do. You're being led out in shackles into another room, you idiot. What are you doing here? You were absolutely, no, of course it's not bipolar. I'm just making a joke there that, this, if he'd only had his medication, he would be a great person if he had the special pill, the bipolar pill that makes you not be a mass murdering, woman hating, responsibility dodging idiot. So it was just an excuse. I don't care what he has. And of course the judge was dismantling him, was carefully slicing and dicing him, dunking on him, just awesome. It was like a Michael Jordan highlight reel of dunks, just epic. I could hear the crowd roaring, and just see her just thrashing down over this guy over and over. And his mind at first couldn't go fast enough to keep up with the multisyllabic words that she was using. So he's like, is she saying I'm crazy, or is she insulting me? He couldn't do it. And when she did take a little breather there, he was able to start catching up a little bit and forming in his fog of his mind that, wait a minute, she's saying something bad about me. And then, of course, explodes because she was defending Erica. So there he goes. We'll see what kind of, they got him over there fast. So that's nice that he's there. So again, we have due process and things like that. So you don't have people like me in charge, because, I want him gone completely. And if I were the judge, I'm sure I would have gagged him probably before this. Although during the trial, I agree with putting him over here like this. I think at some point I probably would have exercised judicial authority right at the limits of whatever I had. So Let's see what's going on. Yeah, they'll have the speakers in there. Now, he may do what he did before, just start screaming and things like that, because, if he could pick out one thing to yell at the judge about out of the mountain of things she's talking about, then that's what he's going to do. Whether the judge makes an error in a tiny fact or not, he's just going to start screaming about this, like he has been offended or unjustly treated in some way.
Be seated. I need to first confirm that Mr. Brooks is able to hear and see the court. We do have the audio and visual on. If someone, I can
She's
see
going to have to make this
on the
silly
screen, there
record,
is
but that's what she has to do, and then she
head
will.
set.
They'll
on
pass her the
table
ball,
should
and she's
he
going to start the
choose, but I have
dunking highlight reel
confirmation
again.
that the audio and visual are working in the other courtroom. Before I continue, of course, Mr. Brooks does have a right to be present for his sentencing. He's been present all along
Agree. I'm
today
glad
up
the judge
until
was
his
defending the DA and Erica.
disruption.
So,
It was very clear
is
to
her
this
moment here.
court that he had absolutely no intention of stopping his tirade. I think there's really no other way to describe it.
Judge Wonder
and
Woman about to dunk.
This court needs to go through its remarks uninterrupted. And given the history in this case, which is well documented, of his disruptions and inability or unwillingness to follow the very simple rules of decorum and courtesy, which include not interrupting the court, I
at the
felt it
little baby.
important under Illinois versus Allen to remove him from the courtroom. As that is, of course, one of the options, and we have the benefit of the
I would've
wonderful
stopped at that
technology
gagging
here
option.
in this courtroom and the adjoining courtroom, which I believe is the equivalent of being present. What I have referred to at times during this trial as the functional equivalent of being present in this very courtroom. But it is important that I go through this without interruption to make the record that I need to make. I'm going to backtrack. No, you're not muted, sir. You're going to listen to me, and you're not going to interrupt. So I want to, I don't want to call it a tangent, but
Absolutely.
I'm
He's
looking for a
awful.
note that I made. Then you need to pledge to this court, sir, that you will not interrupt me despite what you may not like me saying. Can you do that? All right, he's
What?
not
Bring it back
making
with a
that
gag
pledge,
then.
and under Illinois versus Allen,
Illinois
unless he
versus
makes
Allen,
that
yeah.
pledge, he's not coming back into this courtroom.
Get moving.
You are not. All right, clearly he's going to keep repeating that statement, so I have muted him at this point. It was my hope that he would honor the simple rule of courtesy and decorum, that he show respect to this court, to these proceedings, and not interrupt and talk over me, but that clearly is something he is unwilling or unable to do. I'll find my note.
She has to
that I
say that
wrote
because in
later.
Illinois versus Allen, if you pledge to follow the decorum and whatever, then you're
It
supposed to
had
be let back in. That's why she has to keep
to
asking
do
that way.
with, frankly, what this court
case law.
has observed as a pattern with Mr. Brooks, and that is when testimony or statements by the court or statements by the prosecution team become unfavorable to him, he lashes out and he disrupts. And that has been borne out time after time after time during this trial. So let me go through and pick up where I left off about the trial. I'm not going to go through everything in detail, but I think it's important that I set the stage, right, and the basis for my sentencing. One of the things that I did note regarding Erica Patterson's testimony, because frankly, I wasn't sure where Mr. Brooks was going to go with his own defense based on some of the remarks he made during his opening statement, which was actually later, but I guess I'll go back to my review of his recorded interview and some of the things that he tried to say. And at least it became apparent ultimately with the way he cross-examined witnesses. I wasn't sure if he would claim perhaps someone else was in the vehicle, he was afraid of police.
Exactly.
The tinting of the windows, some of those things. Here's where it frankly doesn't matter. Okay, Erica Patterson provided key testimony in this regard, that there was no one else in the vehicle with Mr. Brooks. And I'm aware that he wants to come back, but until he writes me a pledge that he will not interrupt me under Illinois versus Allen, he is not coming back in this courtroom.
But see, under Illinois versus Allen, if he's in the courtroom,
present during my
he
remarks,
could still be gagged because he has
unless
no
he
right
makes
to be
that pledge
talking.
to me in writing, he's not coming back
So
in.
she could bring him in and gag him, and she'd be fully within the case. I mean, obviously she doesn't want to do that. So he gets to disrupt this over and over again.
One of the things I tried to do in my preparation, and let me tell you, I reviewed all of my notes from this trial. I have, I think, 9 notepads. I looked at just a couple of exhibits, but primarily the map, Exhibit 15. I really wanted to determine for myself how long this carnage took. We know the distance, right? From at least where he entered. And you know what, Madam Clerk, put my screen up, will you?
Sure. Let me see, is there a video conference?
I'm gonna put Exhibit 15 up because I think it's worth doing that. All right. We know he entered from White Rock, where the first star is on the right side, where it says Fleet 1, unmarked sedan and marked SUV. And that's where Detective Casey was. And so we know he goes 1, 2, 3 blocks before striking anyone. And then it's really about 5 blocks of what can only be described as chaos and carnage. We know we have, from the evidence and the testimony, 2 different speed calculations. One from Bosco's, that was the surveillance footage, between 33 and 34.5 miles per hour. And then we have one farther down from the footage from Curry Insurance, where it was an average 32 miles per hour. Now, I acknowledge math is not my strong suit. I did not do a calculation, but I don't think it took very long for all of this to happen. I think it was a matter of minutes. I think 5 minutes would even be far too long. It's probably 3, maybe. And it was somewhat hard to gauge during the trial because of how the state presented, and I don't mean this as a criticism, but they were very meticulous in showing video, breaking it down, showing it at half speed, sometimes 30% speed, to really get an understanding of what was happening. And at no point did anyone ever tell me or tell the jury how long this took. But even though it took just a couple of minutes, there were so many opportunities for Mr. Brooks to simply stop, turn around, turn down other streets before he ever crossed Barstow Avenue. And what we know is that at 4:37, Detective Tom Casey had the first police encounter with Darrell Brooks. Came face to face, Detective Casey at the hood of the car, coming eye to eye. The SUV brushed past him. And here's the thing, Detective Casey said he wasn't going very fast. To me, that tells me he had ample time to reflect about what he was about to do. If you look on that map, it's not a pledge, he's not coming in. When you come down White Rock, you can take a hard left on East Main Street. You can take what I call a soft left. I believe it's Pleasant Street. And Detective Casey, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I can't see it on the map. Frankly, you can turn around at any point in time on White Rock Avenue. But instead, and I think if you all try to picture this, as difficult as it may be, there's squads with lights, there's barricades. I know I read in the other act's motion that Mr. Brooks claimed at one point he was having a panic attack, and he, again, maybe I think he was going to claim at some point he was afraid of police. Why drive toward them? Why take that right-hand turn? There's no reasonable explanation other than he was angry, he was full of rage, and he didn't care who he came in contact with, what he came in contact with, whether he drove past, through, at, he drove. Detective Casey pounded on the hood of that car, saw his face, again, was brushed by that SUV, thankfully not hurt. All of this preceded by the visual signs along White Rock Avenue of the staging of this parade. Floats, bands, banners, signs, people. And as you got closer to Main Street, the spectators lining those streets, which both, I believe, Detective Casey and Sergeant Warner said were thousands of people. Before he ever gets to Barstow Avenue, he comes in contact with, after Detective Casey, Officer Buttrin and Officer Schneider. He has an opportunity, if you look at this map, he could go right on Buckley. Again, there might be police, there might be barricades. You simply stop. You ask, can I get out? No doubt in my mind, any police officer there would have done just that. He could have gone left on Northeast Avenue. Continuing down, he could have gone left on Martin Street. Continuing on, Barstow Avenue. This is where the parade participants, unfortunately, he has contact with them, but he could have gone right on Barstow. He could have gone left on Barstow. And we know from some of the footage that we saw that his car was seen flying past, true, not hitting one at this point, but flying past. There's no logical understanding for Mr. Brooks other than he's in the middle of a parade and he can see them. Anyone driving a vehicle would see what's ahead. And we know from this map, right, what was ahead of him. We saw that video footage. We heard the testimony. Many police vehicles at these intersections with their lights flashing. There's no doubt in my mind that Mr. Brooks would understand a parade was going on. You can turn off my monitor, thank you. We also know it was not yet dark. Dusk. This was from the battalion chief who talked about when he arrived after that first alert at 4:39, it was not yet dark, it was dusk. I think that aids to the visibility that Mr. Brooks would have seen all of these people. This is not under cover of night. It's, of course, downtown Waukesha. We saw city lights in many of the street lights I'm referring to in many of the videos as well that would have been on or coming on. We know just past Barstow, he strikes his first victim, Nicole White. She was with RE/MAX Services. with the hot air balloon. If anyone's seen that, we saw it in the video, that is unmistakable what that is. That would get anyone's attention. If this was a mistake, if he was lost, this was his very first opportunity to stop and do the right thing after causing injury to a person. But he didn't. He did not stop. And then, of course, the Waukesha South Band. It's hard not to think about what I watched and not have this reaction. Those were images that frankly kept me up at night, that I saw over and over and over. For their band director, she is a hero to me, to get up on this stand, to talk about, and that was Sarah Waymeyer Aparicio, to identify each one of her students, talk about their formation, talk about what she saw. So strong for all of you. Mr. Brooks had another opportunity to stop. This wasn't one isolated person that he could claim, I didn't know I struck someone. This was driving over people. What Kyle Jewell described as the SUV went over people like they were big old speed bumps. I know the Green children were injured around there. Thankfully, their physical injuries were minor, and I know I could probably spend a long time talking about the injuries of the band members, and I'm not gonna go through that. They were significant. It was horrific. Thankfully, none of them were killed. And then, of course, moving on to Burr's Logistics. Between the band and the Blazers, that is where Kelly Graybow and her 10-year-old daughter, Adelia, were in that adorable Cindy Lou Who costume. And what struck me, and Kelly referenced this in her statement yesterday, was seeing the tires go past her head after she was hit. Adelia had major injuries as well. And then, of course, the footage from the Waukesha Blazers. And Jeff Rogers talked both at the trial, he testified, and he gave a statement yesterday about, again, having to come into this courtroom, talk about all of those who were with him, who were injured, and of course, little Jackson Sparks. Another video that frankly is very difficult to watch and hard to unsee. You heard not only Jeff, but Josh Craner talk about what happened, and Josh, of course, being struck. And then the extreme dance group. I think it's fair that I didn't fully understand the extent of their injuries until hearing from many of the victims yesterday. I now understand why one of the girls called her aunt and said, "My entire team is dead," because that's what it looked like. It was horrific. And to think of those two brave young ladies who got up during this trial to testify about what they saw, what they did, Jamie and Alyssa, your dancers are proud of you, and because of you, justice has been served. We heard from others, spectators, Deborah Ramirez, regarding herself and her son, that the vehicle was accelerating, not stopping. A moment that sticks out to me was really Mr. Brooks trying to chastise her for not seeking medical attention right away. Her response was perfect. She waited due to the number of injured and all the blood she saw. Understandable. Not something to be chastised for. And then moving on, and again, I know I'm not mentioning everybody. These are just some of the highlights that, and I should call them lowlights, not highlights, but some of the testimony and evidence that really, really impacted the court. Stephanie Bonesteel and her husband testified about what Citizens Bank was doing, hearing the impact against Jane, a very loud thud and an audible gasp from the crowd. Her husband, Adam, was driving the support vehicle, and when he was being cross-examined about why he didn't see the driver, again, he just simply said, "I thought it was my wife that had been hit. All I saw was the red poncho." And the only time we ever heard about brake lights was when Jane Kulik was on that vehicle and he braked so he could get her off the top and run her over. We heard from Matthew Harris, who talked about the red SUV coming straight at them and then veering and going in the direction of the dancing grannies. And again, that audible gasp as he described that eerie sound. He saw a child injured in front, Jane Kulik behind. Actually, the child and Jane Kulik behind, and two victims ahead. He saw two of the dancing grannies. What he described as the SUV traveling faster than the speed limit. What I wrote down from his testimony is he's a combat vet, and this is what he said: "I've never saw anything like this in such a safe area." You could tell he felt bad about not seeking treatment right away for his daughter. He talked about how his wife's a nurse practitioner. And again, he didn't want to direct resources from other victims, that we thought she was okay enough to be home with them. Now, by this time in the parade, it's very clear the spectators are noticing something is not right. The sounds, the atmosphere has changed. There's screaming, there's gasping. There's a noticeable difference. It's at this point, I believe, that Owen was struck, Kelsey was struck. Probably another miracle, given the injuries she sustained, the tear in her spleen, significant road rash cuts requiring facial surgery. What Mr. Knapp described the driver as having eyes completely wide open. And then next we heard from Laura Thien, one of the dancing grannies. She talked about the sisterhood. Another brave woman came in, talked about what happened to that group. 7 people injured from her group, 4 fatalities. She said it all happened in a matter of seconds. All I seen was bodies. It looked like a war. The 6 people who were killed suffered multiple blunt force traumatic injuries, severe, significant, some dying instantly. I was impressed by both Dr. Scheel and Dr. Bidzricki. Dr. Bidzricki for her attention to detail, her looking at that vehicle, inspecting it, looking at the heights where certain damage was done, and it being consistent in height with the individuals that she did the autopsies on. And of course, Dr. Scheel, and both of these individuals have testified before me, but Dr. Scheel, very shaken from the autopsy of little Jackson Sparks. We then, continuing on, heard from Father Witter, very gracious man. He too talked about how he noticed something unusual, saw an SUV flying down the road, heard thuds. It was faster than anyone in their right mind would be going. He estimated it to be over 25 miles per hour. And then Lucas Hallmark, the off-duty police officer who was walking with his family on that day. He talked about the commotion behind, the large amount of screaming. You could feel it was palpable when he testified about having the wherewithal to try to get his kids out of the way, throwing his 3-year-old as far as he could out of the way. You could see the pain on his face when he talked about not being that successful with his 7-year-old. He said, "I wasn't quick enough." He testified that he thought this was a terrorist act, that SUV did not stop. I referenced the speed already. The ACE speed estimation from Detective Carpenter, 33 to 34 miles per hour, a little bit more than that. The speed calculation by Michael Smith from State Patrol from farther down the route of averaging 32 miles per hour. And then, of course, the vehicle inspection by the State Patrol, finding no mechanical issues. There was also the Franklin Assistant Chief who attended the parade. He was near West Main Street in Maple. He provided the testimony regarding the SUV, the window being open, and the driver sticking his head out, looking out. He testified how he thought perhaps it was either a medical emergency, maybe even a mechanical issue, but it was clear once that SUV passed him and he saw that driver, he saw you, Mr. Brooks. No panic, no distress. His heart sank. He knew it was not a medical emergency. The body language just didn't fit. It did not believe it was mechanical at that point either. And then he saw the vehicle crank to the right. As he testified, he seemed excited about what he had done. Another off-duty police officer, this one from Wauwatosa, talked about how he saw Mr. Brooks after the fact crash the vehicle, hear him yell out an expletive and run southbound with his sweatshirt still on. We all saw that video. Of course, at one point, Officer Skolton had contact. And as he testified, he put things together. Keep in mind all of the radio traffic, right, about one person, then like 15 people, and another 15. It was very apparent to him that although he was on the far end, he was around the dogleg on Wisconsin and Maine, that a vehicle had driven through the parade. He saw this vehicle. Of course, at that point, it was heavily damaged. He made the decision to use deadly force. What did he do after? What did Darrell Brooks do after? We crashed the vehicle. He fled the scene in a hurry. He changed his appearance, took off his sweatshirt, loses his shoes, I think in a hurry to get out of there, not caring that they had fallen off. He puts his hair up. We saw that on a number of videos. He asked unsuspecting people to use their phone to call an Uber, all within minutes of all of this happening. He was in such a hurry to get out of there, he left his phone in the SUV. He calls his mother, who arranges for an Uber. We heard from the Uber driver. He never showed up. It was nearby, ultimately, where he was found. And then, of course, the ring footage of his contact with Daniel Ryder. That is at 5:01 p.m. Minutes after all of this happened. Mr. Ryder was astute, noticing that after Mr. Brooks being in his home for maybe 8 to 9 minutes, he saw squads driving by. I think you could say his gut told him something wasn't right. And he had Mr. Brooks go onto the porch, of course, after having given him a sandwich, given him a coat to wear. Ultimately asks him for his coat back. And then, of course, the arrest. This is where some of the lies become evident. Mr. Brooks claims ultimately when he's being interviewed by Detective Carpenter, they have to actually seek medical clearance for him because he claims that he was thrown to the ground when he was arrested. He was not. That video is very clear. He cooperated. He laid down. There was no use of force used at all to take him into custody. But we know ultimately that he lies about what he was doing in Waukesha, how he got there, who he was with. He lies about having contact with Erica Patterson the day before. We know when he's found, he has the Ford Key credit card, not only in his name, but one, whether it's a credit card or like a benefits card, but it's in the name of Erica Patterson, and of course an ID for himself, a state-issued ID. The Ford itself is registered in his mom's name. It's the same address that's on his ID and found in the Ford Escape. He's now in custody. He's taken to the substation, ultimately taken to Waukesha Memorial Hospital. What's notable about the video and audio clips that this court reviewed from the hospital, Mr. Brooks is calm. He's coherent. There's no obvious signs of impairment, no obvious signs or really any signs of mental distress. He makes statements that he's not from the area. He doesn't appear disoriented or confused. At some point, there's kind of a jovial atmosphere between him and one of the detectives. The next day, he lies to Detective Carpenter, denies driving to Waukesha. I got a ride. He makes up the story about a tan Kia. He's very nondescript and vague with the information that he provides. And over the course of those 5 hours, he never once references the parade. He never once says there was another driver. Of course, they start talking to him initially about the domestic altercation because by that time it's very clear a link had been made between Erica Patterson and the call that police originally received of the domestic, or at least an altercation near Frame Park, and Mr. Brooks. We also know, because of the bond conditions in the 2 felony cases, he's not supposed to have any contact with her whatsoever, but he does. At no time during the 5 hours on November 22nd does he make any admissions. Does he show any concern for any of the victims? No empathy, only lies, only concern for himself, for his family. Can I have a phone call? He does not provide, and I said this already, the name of anyone else that could be driving that vehicle. At one point, Detective Carpenter says, one of 2 people drove through the Waukesha Christmas parade. Either a God-fearing person who screwed up or the malicious guy. Darrell Brooks's response is, don't spin it. One of the things that has become abundantly clear throughout this trial Darrell Brooks understands exactly what he's doing. His comprehension is fine. I have absolutely no concerns and have never had any concerns throughout this case and throughout this trial or even through the past day and a half regarding his competency. He's intelligent, he's deliberate, he's purposeful. He made nuanced arguments during this trial, one about the right to counsel versus the right to the assistance of counsel. That's a sophisticated legal argument, not the product of someone who doesn't understand. He asked questions on cross regarding tint, horns. He brought up the recall after the fact. He talked and asked questions about, question about barricades, police being at the intersection. Although we never fully understood what his defense was, what became very apparent to me as I reread through all of my notes is that from the very beginning, he wanted to argue jury nullification. If you go back to his opening statements, he talked about power and the jury doing the right thing. He repeated that theme during his closing statement. At one point, he objected to evidence based upon a violation of one of the court's pretrial rulings. Again, a pretty sophisticated objection that resulted in the court striking an exhibit that had previously been received. Today, he spent close to 2 hours talking on his own behalf without any notes. He covered a variety of topics. I want to talk next about, here's my note that I found. One more thing on Mr. Brooks. You know, at times, right, we've seen the eye rolling, the fake clapping, the laughing, hand gestures, many times and most times very emotionless, unless he's doing those things, which would be really inappropriate and are inappropriate. His reactions are largely negative when things are not going his way. What did this community suffer as a result of this tragedy, this malicious conduct by Mr. Brooks? Well, I think many of the victims who spoke said it best. Lori Lockett described it as this: a sense of personal safety you robbed from us. I believe it was Bill Mitchell who said, the only life he seems to value is his own. Jason referred to it as evil. And he talked about innocence being stolen. He called the defendant a coward. No remorse. What he said is, you look like a monster. You look disrespectful to court and witnesses. You look like a callous jerk. But I forgive you. Such character, such compassion. Margaret talked about the mental, physical, and emotional toll this has taken. She talked about how it was so traumatizing that her mind won't let her see everything that has happened, and that she's worried when her mind might allow her to do that. I'm thankful that she's 95% back to normal. She talked about emotionally every day, she's reminded of the physical pain and the loss of self. But she's had tremendous support from family and friends, and that today she will move on. Jeff Rogers also commented on the lack of remorse and sympathy for the victims, how he has had to relive just the immenseness of this, the confusion, the anxiety, depression as a father, and irritation. He talked about how his son, Caden, was so concerned for his younger sister. I'm really glad Riley is okay. I believe that was from the day of the parade. And how he recognized he was inches away from losing 3 of his 4 kids just because of where they were located. He had flashbacks of grabbing his daughter's jacket, missing the first time, but that Riley gets up sometimes 6, 7, 8 times a night. How this was supposed to be a happy kickoff event for him as their new president, and how after it happened and in the aftermath, the weight of the moment, and 35 people there trying to find everyone, weighed on him. He talked about the media showing up at his door and the emotional toll things have taken. It was intense, and speaking at Jackson's funeral. He talked about how his faith is stronger. Again, very gracious, very inspiring. We heard next from Jessica and Juan, and how this impacted them, the loss of their son's friend Jackson. Their kids were involved in 2 different groups that day. One a dance group, not the extreme dance group, but a different one. And then of course the Blazers, and how I believe it was Jessica who said, I yelled stop. I put my hands out as if I had the power. How she saw Jackson, and how she will forever have that image burned in her memory. And that she was so grateful when she found her son. How she covered his eyes to shield him from what was around. Not once, but twice they had to run, because at first it was what happened through the parade, and then the active shooter situation, because of obviously people didn't know who had fired the shots in that moment. And she talked about pain and terror. Many people talked about PTSD. I mean, for her, I was really struck by how difficult it has been because of what she saw, not able to be a teacher, how she's hypervigilant, and every sound sends her into a panic, how her joy has been stolen, and how she does her best to hold it together for her kids. But when she was alone, she cried, she screamed. And only a month ago was she able to return to work, but in a very different capacity. She commented on the lack of remorse by Mr. Brooks, and that he seems to search only for sympathy for himself. She said he will always be a danger to society. We heard from more individuals. From the Blazers, again, a lot of discussion of PTSD. The sights and sounds of the SUV plowing through, the impact to her and the kids, the nightmares, how parking lots are problems, there's panic attacks, that no one will ever be the same. Of course, we heard next from the Sparks family. They're hurt, angry, they're traumatized, they're broken. It was difficult to even watch them make their statements. Their hurt is palpable. She talked about her last hug with Jackson, the horrible sounds she heard. She saw a police officer holding Jackson. She went to Tucker, and then her world came crashing down. She talked about how she found a hat, both boys' hats, then shoes. Again, I didn't realize how significantly Tucker had been injured until she described that for us yesterday. How Tucker somehow blames himself for his brother's death. It's not your fault, Tucker. It's Mr. Brooks's fault. One of the things when there is a fatality with all of these victims is the future that is robbed from them, right? No future weddings, no future graduations, no future grandchildren or children, no plans. It's just gone. It's all memories. And the contrast with, frankly, what Mr. Brooks will have, and that is even a life in prison. He'll make memories. He'll have phone calls. He'll have visits. He may even get to hug the people that he loves again. For the 6 individuals who lost their lives, that will never, ever be a reality. And that this family also talked about the lack of empathy, lack of remorse, no apology. I'm aware Mr. Brooks wants to come back. It says, I don't intend to interrupt in any way. That's not a pledge. He needs to pledge that he will not do so. I need that word in that statement. And if he does that, I'll bring him back in. I'm going to try to go a little bit faster. Some of the comments. The yells and screams from that night will haunt me for the rest of my life. I'm asking the court to give the max for each conviction because he has given the community a life sentence of these memories. I think it was Tyler's mom who talked about the community rising like a phoenix. You clearly have a phoenix for a son. He's strong. He got me a little bit with his comments. Wasn't expecting that. You're an amazing young man. You're a picture of resiliency, of fortitude, of strength. I think what this community needs. I thought it was quite a testament that you took those pictures in the same pictures of Jackson. You replicated that, and I thought that was a great tribute to him. You talked about, of course, rising up with Eric, who had significant injuries as well, both of you, and how you fought back and each were able to play baseball, even if not up to the full capacity that you had done previously. And then we next heard from Sasha, who's haunted by survivor guilt. My heart breaks for her. She talked about feeling empty, how she couldn't play soccer because her kicking leg would hurt from the injuries she sustained. She has difficulty sleeping, struggles with nightmares. Physically and emotionally, she feels stuck. She talked about maybe law school being in her future. And to her, I say, don't give him the satisfaction of holding you back. Rely on your friends and your family and be the phoenix that Tyler's mom spoke about. Jen Dunn read a statement from Sasha's mom, and I wrote this down. No one knows what it's like to stand on your feet when there is no floor. That's a pretty powerful image. I think that's very apt for what this community has gone through. We heard from others, including the Teagues. We saw photographs. So many families with more than one individual who was injured. How baseball for Eric was stolen, how he was such a good player. We heard a lot about night terrors and, again, PTSD and trauma. One of the individuals talked about humor is good medicine, and I would echo that. We heard about one band member whose instrument may have very well saved his life. Someone described it as a mental massacre, though, the aftermath of this. It's difficult to go downtown. It's difficult to get restful slumber. Panic attacks are common. Describe Mr. Brooks as sheer evil in its vilest form. I wrote down that despite all of the impact and carnage, many people talked about forgiveness, brokenness, sorrow, anger, hatred, regret. A lot of emotions. Frankly, really no emotion shown by Mr. Brooks, certainly not for what he did on November 21st. We saw a lot of anger for some of the people who lost loved ones, and understandably so. Many families were devastated. Nannies and grandmas were taken away. Yes, there were very specific terms used to describe Mr. Brooks, that in their opinion, he's a monster, he's a demon. Pure, unrepentant evil was one of the phrases that were used. Talked about the system failing us. Saw you in your SUV hanging out with a smile of satisfaction on your face. For one of Leanna Owen's sons, I lost my mom, and I wasn't always a good son. You can hear, right, the regret in that statement, because life is short, and these lives were taken far too short. We heard the very gracious statement from Michael Carlson, who, unbeknownst to me, had been writing Mr. Brooks in jail and sharing the gospel and the love of Jesus. He read a poem, which I thought was beautiful, from the standpoint of his sister. And he said this. In that poem, it says, "We both died that day. I, Tamara, died to life. You died to the world." And then, of course, the Sorensen family talked next. They talked about never seeing their Grammy again. You murdered my mom. But at least I have some peace knowing she died doing something she loved. We heard from Brooke yesterday and today. She reread her statement due to the interruption. Proud of her for getting up here and sharing that. We talked about how compassionate each one of these individuals who died were. We heard about the compassion from Detective Casey that we learned about. It said Detective Casey came to our home to verify what we knew, and he greeted us every day of this trial. They ended with, "Angels watch over us." 6 angels watching over us today. They asked me to hold Mr. Brooks accountable so that he will not have the opportunity to hurt anyone ever again. We heard from the Kulik family about the empty space that they have and the brokenness. Their lives being shattered by mom and grandma being taken away. We heard from her youngest daughter among them. The grief was so palpable, being 17 and in high school as a senior, now a first year in college. She talked about all of the things she will never have with her mom. Just the last year alone, an 18th birthday for her and her brother, graduation, and beginning college. She lamented that her mom would never see her do her wedding vows, never see any kids that she would have, be a grandmother. She wouldn't be able to call her mom for parenting advice. And how excruciating it was for that family to wait 3 hours because of the chaos at the hospital. Talked about triggers of their PTSD, sirens, things of that nature. And how she waited. She waited hoping that Darrell Brooks would have a reason. She also said this, verdicts don't bring my mom back. No more hugs, no more dinners, no more talks. My mom was the glue that kept our family together, and we are falling apart. Moving on, Leanne talked about her safety and security being stolen by this defendant. She asked Mr. Brooks to picture his own daughter, unresponsive, lying on the ground with a leg injury, a head injury, and blood coming out of her mouth. She talked about the excruciating 2 weeks in the hospital, wondering if her daughter would ever live, in a wheelchair and then a walker for months. She said this, all you had to do was hit the brakes. Her daughter talked about being scared of everything, worried about a sister, being alone in a church for 3 hours on lockdown because of what was happening in the aftermath. And we heard next from the Darrell family. A family that, of course, was impacted significantly with 4 of their children, all of their children being struck by the SUV, with the mom, of course, having to testify, in this case being called by Mr. Brooks, which, of course, was his right to call witnesses, but it's the manner in which, I think the indifference, not caring that this was someone who had 4 children impacted significantly. But clearly, you're raising your kids the right way. With grace and dignity, Charlotte got up and talked about the basic things you learned in kindergarten. She described what she saw as being stupid, delusional, and egotistical. She wanted to punch you in the face, and understandably so. I think her words were, "Your arrogance is pathetic," and her mom echoed those words. And then the gut-wrenching survivor guilt that you heard from her mom. She goes, "I say this with a heavy heart. I have my kids here. I had to fight for my children. They will strive." And then, of course, we heard from Alyssa, her heart-wrenching statement. She, of course, testified bravely, but you could tell the impact that this had on her and what she saw in the aftermath to the extreme dance team. How one of the girls, who at 10 years old, even lying on the ground being injured, had the wherewithal to ask, why would someone do this? If a 10-year-old knew this, then the defendant knew this. And how she left the hospital not knowing if she would see some of her girls again. She was completely and utterly broken, forever changed by this event. She waited. She talked about how she waited for remorse, for empathy, It didn't happen. Dylan Urell said something very insightful yesterday. Something we didn't hear about in the trial, but because of where he was at on the parade route, around the corner, waiting for his children, he didn't even know that all of them were in the parade. He said this: you hit the brakes to go around the corner. And then you drove through a barricade where an officer shot at you 3 times. Those brakes were working. You knew how to use them. And you selfishly only used them so as to not crash your own vehicle as you fled the scene. Talked about walking through and around that corner through the wake of carnage, bodies all over, women, adults, children deceased, people running all over. We heard from more of the members of the Extreme Dance team, either directly or parents and loved ones, how they had to walk through the carnage to find their children. Such a gracious statement of love, talking to Mr. Brooks about being a Christian and how she prays for him. Very powerful. Thank you for that. Her daughter, equally as powerful and brave and gracious. But even she knew, she said that I thought about you every day. How could someone do this? More victims talking about PTSD. How even the song that was playing during the Extreme Dance team performance is a trigger for her PTSD. And how she's forgiven him. We heard from the sister of victim HH and how the first thing she talked about was the sound of Vivian Urell whimpering, crying, and then she found her sister, how her clothes were ripped off. She was unconscious, half naked. How she felt forgotten because her mom was at the hospital with her sister, of course, due to the severity of her injuries. How her sister was in a coma for 2 weeks, but how she has survivor guilt and issues like that, panic attacks, PTSD. She can't be around fireworks. Tires screeching is a trigger. That this turned her life upside down. And then, of course, we heard from victim HH herself. So brave to come here. I'm so very thankful you are recovering. Someone commented on how amazing it is to see the many people with their in recovery. You wouldn't know by looking at them, of course. The emotional and mental injuries are significant and severe, but so grateful. Frankly, lucky to be alive. I say to you, that scar on your neck should be a sign of strength and fortitude. You fought, you won. You have a story to tell. Don't shy away from it. Of course, we heard from her mother as well. We saw that PowerPoint with the pictures of their journey. The road rash on her face was horrific. You can only get a mental picture from words so much, but to see those actual pictures, her being intubated, and it's heart-wrenching. And all of the surgeries and the toll it took on their family. but she described her daughter as a warrior. I think all of you here are warriors. We heard from Sam and her family and what she went through and how significant her injuries were. And her mom talked about the haunting vision she has of just what she saw because of her perspective. Sitting in the back of the pickup truck, she had a seat, a front row seat to horror. How she thought her daughter was dead because she was unresponsive, and blood and really kind of the chaos and the confusion, and not really even being able to articulate what happened over the phone to her husband. She described what happened as careless and reckless. Asking Mr. Brooks, how could you do this? What kind of father does that? The last person we heard from was victim, I think it's Gigi, the mother of FF. If I have it reversed, please excuse me. And how I actually have her written statement that was provided earlier today, but how she was so taken aback by the conduct of Mr. Brooks that she frankly called him out on it yesterday, because he was kind of motioning his hand like, okay, come on, let's get this over with, hurry up. She yelled at him, you don't care. She goes, you hit me, I saw you, you knew, you're a child killer, you're a woman killer. She was so flustered, she had to really gather herself before she could continue. So again, I want to thank the victims. I have other statements that I've read for people. So gracious. I think they were all members of the Catholic communities. Their statements were translated. Very gracious. Praying for Mr. Brooks. So I just wanted you all to know that I've taken all of these statements into consideration today. I can't read your sign, Mr. Brooks. Can you hold it up closer? If it's a pledge that you will not interrupt me, I will bring you in for what will be the final section of my remarks today in the sentencing portion.
Judge, I think you should give him that opportunity before you go through the
I'll do that.
sentencing factors. And I can only read the top where it says objection, but
I can't tell what it is, what it says. He can bring the sign with. We'll clear the courtroom. We'll take a short break, and I will bring him back in. But I will warn you, Mr. Brooks, that there is one interruption. You will go back to that room because you will forfeit your right to be present for the sentencing portion. We'll be in recess until we can get him back in. Thank you.
Why would he want to be in there? I think he likes to go back and forth because it breaks things up, and he tries to destroy her train of thought. It's a way for him to exercise whatever kind of control he can and be the kind of butthole that he wants to be. So I think that's why he wants to come back in. No other reason. He doesn't care about what he did. He wasn't paying any attention to anything that she said at all. So that's my opinion on that. So again, she said at the beginning she has to go through the 3 factors, which is gravity of the crime, and she's been doing that pretty carefully, I think. His character, I don't know if she'll say more on that. Maybe she feels like she's covered it. It sounds like she thinks she's getting close. Although the DA said that she'd like him to be in there for the sentencing factors. So is she going to do a summary of mitigating and, well, I don't think there are any, and aggravating factors? That will be interesting. So we'll see what she has to say about that. I can't imagine him sitting there honoring his pledge to behave while she tells him he's a lowlife and all the things that can lead to aggravating factors for a sentence. And then she's going to give him the sentence, which she obviously has ready. And it's either going away for his entire life or going away for his entire life in some fashion of life sentences without possibility of release and or consecutive sentences. So everybody has an opinion on that, how it can go. And if, as long as it gets to the same destination, which is he's in there until the end, then it works for me. I don't care what combination she comes up with. So I think she's going to finish this tonight. She's almost done now to give him the sentence. And then she has to tell him about his appeal rights. And then I don't know, I guess they'll mention his argument about staying a stay or something like that until appeal. But that's going to get denied, obviously. And then that's it for him for this, other than paperwork stuff and whether he wants to get a state-appointed lawyer for his appeal of right or not. Tomorrow, he's supposed to have a final pretrial conference in his other cases. And since he has a lawyer, maybe he'll just be doing that by video or not even there. I don't know what's really going on with that and whether they will continue to pursue it or not, given what's likely going to happen here in a few minutes. The reason to pursue it would be as an insurance policy. If something were to happen in this case and the verdicts would be upset, you would want other verdicts out there to keep him in jail. I don't think there's going to be any successful appeal here. I don't think anybody does. But, you know, insurance is good to have. Somebody said earlier, no case is completely 100%, and that's true. So why not have the insurance? The reason why not, he gets to put other people through the pain of the proceeding, the state to the cost of it, the witnesses to having to come. He gets some benefit of moving around and going to it and all that. He may try and turn it into a self-represented circus again. That's the cost of it. So we'll just have to see. I haven't heard any news on how that's going to go. So I think of course she does know she could gag him if she wants to, I think, and I tried to make that in a couple of comments though. You know, I'm pro that, but I'm pro a lot of things that you probably don't want in a judge. So I respect where she's coming from. I will say this, if he were in the courtroom gagged and even if he were restrained, you know, he could be thrashing around and, you know, and acting like he's choking and causing medical assistance and grunting and making noises and thrashing. And while it's appealing to me at a general level, the fact that he's put into this other room where he's invisible and has to wave around and stuff, and everybody in the courtroom is there while he's in this virtual metaverse courtroom, I kind of like it because he doesn't want to be in that other room. He likes the getting kicked out part because it's disruptive, but once he's in there, you notice he can't stand that he's not part of the action. So he wants to come back. So I kind of liked it. I like the fact the judge could talk about what she was considering in terms of the gravity of the crime and the impact on the victims without him rolling his eyes, making noises, throwing something down, staring at the judge, interrupting. And those are all things that he still may do when he comes back. We'll just have to see. So, you know, in terms of watching this, and this is true generally speaking in litigation, not just criminal trials, you know, there's ups and downs and things. You get things that you like, you get things you don't like. That's just how cases go. And so the judge can do things that I'm like, man, I wish she would do this, or I wish she would do that, or whatever. And at the end of it, you look at it in the whole context of the thing and see how did she deliver on her job. I like it. I like it. So I like how she's handling this aspect of it. She's doing very well at it, I think. So that's my opinion. You know, I would like to have seen her shut him down a little earlier before, but what's the exact right amount of time? I don't know. So, you know, she did a good job. It's almost there. Later than I thought it would be, but almost there. So here she comes.
The record should reflect that it's 4:53. Mr. Brooks is back in this courtroom. Mr. Brooks, the only way I will honor that request is if you specifically waive your right to do so. Without that, that's not a convenience for you over there. It's you go over there when you frankly demand removal under Illinois versus Allen.
Demand anything.
No, your conduct did. So
My
you can
conduct
sit.
didn't demand anything.
He's already arguing with her. He's back and arguing.
Right, Mr. Brooks,
You
please
keep
sit
changing-
down,
You keep changing
and I'm
the
going to continue
jurisdiction.
with my sentencing remarks.
Changing the
You
jurisdiction.
keep changing the jurisdiction. Jurisdiction, it's a subject matter jurisdiction that has yet to be proven on the
Remember,
record.
she just brought him back with his
And
pledge
that's
to
Brooks?
not
what's in this
interrupt.
one.
Please sit
And
down.
what's he
I
doing?
would like to go back to the other court.
It's not a courtesy to you. If you'd like to specifically waive your right to be physically present, then I will entertain that. Otherwise, you need to sit
I
down.
never waived the right to not be present.
That's
I
because
had
you
to-
forfeited your right
I
to be
didn't
present
forfeit
by
anything, Your
conduct.
Honor.
You're
I
now
wrote-
back in this courtroom.
Your Honor, I wrote 3.
Yeah,
I
perhaps she
did what
did
you
have
asked
2
me to
hours
do.
in her mind. It could
You
said-
never
could
once
be.
pledged to me, sir, that
No.
you would not
And thank
interrupt,
you.
and you're
You-
demonstrating by
This
being
will go to
here
the
that
victims.
you continue to interrupt.
Yep.
Man, I ain't trying to hear all that because at the end of the
Man, I
day,
ain't
I
trying to
did
hear
what you
all that.
asked me to do. You told
didn't
me.
do
You told the
anything.
bailiff
Anybody
to
asked
tell
you
Mr.
to.
me.
Brooks, this is not a debate.
You told the bailiff to
It's
tell me
not
that
a
I had
debate.
to
You
write.
asked to come over here, and I honored that,
Well,
and
I
I brought you
exercised my
back.
right 3 times.
Who
I shouldn't have
cares?
had to do it 3 times.
Yeah, no,
None
you
of
should have
those
to do it 100 times
opportunities
and still
that
be
you
ignored.
wrote to me said, I pledge to not interrupt.
I never
Judge
had to do
Darrell."
that before. You've never required that before.
That is actually not true, sir.
You've never required that before. Every single time that I've been brought
Send
over
him
there,
out, man.
after some time, sometimes very
Sorry.
short, sometimes an
Mr.
extended
Brooks,
period of time.
you are just simply trying to delay the
I'm-
inevitable. Please sit
I
down.
don't care about the inevitable. It was
I need
already
to
written
get
from day
through
one
this
what was going to
hearing.
happen. That it doesn't make me lose any sleep about that. I know I'm okay. I'm okay with everything.
Then please
I just
sit
wanna
down.
I just want to be treated fairly, which I have
Please.
not been.
Please sit down.
And then Your Honor, and then you
Mr.
always make it seem
this is
like
not a
you always
debate.
make it seem like it's some type of aim, and it's not.
See?
Please sit down.
We're
Brought him
talking
back, and
about
look at this.
constitutional rights. You just told me, or you told the bailiff to tell me that I had to write to
Right.
exercise a right that I should already have. I did that. Not once, not twice, 3 times. And it still wasn't honored. And then I raised this sign.
Which
I'm,
is
Mr.
stupid.
I'm
Brooks,
waving this for like 20 minutes,
You're-
saying I would want to come back. I'm doing this.
You're
Hey,
here now.
Can I come back? Can I come back? Can
So
I come
sit
back?
down.
It wasn't honored. And then
So I
said,
can
okay,
finish.
I'll write this and I'll see if Your Honor can see it on the screen.
This is a mass
The
murderer.
objection sign saying
behaving this
I
way.
Brooks,
exercise my right
if
to
you
be present.
stop for a
May I have
minute,
the order of the court?
I'll explain it, but you have to
doesn't wanna
stop.
understand
So
it.
I can
What am I-
explain
This
it.
is what he
Your Honor.
wants.
You've never. I did what you
This
asked me
is
to do.
what he wants.
Actually not.
Yes.
Let me explain
And
if
I
you
did-
would like.
If
He
I
doesn't
did,
want
Your
to
Honor,
explain to.
if I
He
did
wants
not
to
do what
disrupt.
you asked me to do, then why was I allowed to come back if I did not do what you asked me
Because
to do?
I'm frankly going to a very distinct portion of this hearing where I am going to impose sentence.
Okay, that doesn't
and
answer
that
the question, though, Your Honor.
matters.
That doesn't answer the question.
Please sit down
Wait.
and I will explain and
Your Honor,
remain quiet
with all
without
due-
interrupting me.
With all
That
due
deputy
respect,
wants to go.
That doesn't mean you're respecting me, so please sit down.
With all due respect, you told the bailiff when I first said, because every time that I've been brought over
This
there
is what he wanted.
in the past,
Make up some
Mr.
fake
Brooks,
you always
argument.
stated
I don't need a history
you always
lesson of
stated
what I've done.
that when I exercise my right to be present,
Untrue.
you've
Untrue.
always said we
Untrue.
have the record. We have the record. We can dig into the record.
Mr. Brooks,
I know what the requirement was of me going over there. You've always stated on the record that when I exercise my right to be present, you will bring me back if I will follow the rules of decorum. That's your exact
And
words,
you
which you
aren't
said
doing
every
it.
time.
which you're
I've never-
demonstrating
I've
right now
never
that
had-
you have
Your
absolutely
Your
no
Honor,
ability to do.
With all due respect, I've never had to go through any type of certain words that needed to be said or
Well,
stressed
that's not true.
or anything like
He's
that.
a liar,
before.
of course.
I've always
She's quoted the case through
done
the
it
whole
the way that
trial.
you
I've heard
asked
it.
me to do it. No different than today when I told the bailiff I would like to be present. You told the bailiff if he wants to be present, he has to put it in writing.
And pledge
I
to
put it-
me
I
that
put
he
it
will
in-
not interrupt me.
I put
And-
it in writing.
So
Without a
what was the
pledge.
point of the pledge?
So why am I here?
She's answered it like twice, you idiot.
Because I'm going to move on to another phase of this hearing, and I thought it important that you be here in person.
So I was here.
But you didn't reclaim your right to be back here.
Then why am I here
am
then, Your Honor?
allowing it to
Okay,
happen.
and I respect that you're allowing it, but
Then
still,
shut
it
up.
doesn't answer the question, though, Your Honor. It does not answer the
They
question.
need to
Brooks.
As a-
hit him with
Your
the
Honor,
listening stick.
As a
Mr.
public
Brooks.
servant, I have the right to ask questions
Sir?
of
No,
Your
you
Honor.
don't. No.
I'm going to ask you one more time, and if you refuse to sit down, then you are in direct disobedience of a court order. Sit
That-
down and be quiet so I can make the appropriate record.
Can you tell me what the
All
court
right,
order
he's
is?
not going to obey.
Yep.
He's now
Get him out.
forfeited
I
his
didn't
right
say I
to be
wasn't gonna
present.
obey.
He will go into the
I
other
didn't say I
courtroom.
wasn't gonna obey.
We'll be
I
in
just
recess
asked what is the
until he's
order.
there.
I just asked what
Big
is the
dog
order.
deputy.
I didn't say.
Moving in. Let me tell you what, they don't like it either. They do not like that behavior. Everybody in that courtroom are more professional than I would want to be. So Illinois versus Allen's an old case, but it had three ways that you could deal with a defendant who's being a bonkers idiot like this guy. One of them was contempt, but when contempt, it wouldn't have any measurable result like it wouldn't with this guy. You can skip it. You can gag him, and you can have him out of the courtroom. Now, they didn't have this virtual metaverse courtroom back when they decided that case. So in my opinion, when he's put into the other room, he is still in the courtroom because he's not outside the hallway where he can't see what's happening. He can hear everything. He can see them. They can see him. And when he's not running his mouth, then he's also allowed to talk back and forth. So this is something different than Illinois versus Allen because it didn't exist back then. But Illinois versus Allen, even when it was decided, because I read the case, says at least these three methods. So he can just be stuck back in there. And unfortunately, it does say in there when the person pledges to, follow the rules of decorum and all that, then you're supposed to let him back in. And that's why she has to keep asking him to budge. She doesn't have to keep asking it every 3 minutes or every minute or every time he waves his finger, get up, come back, get up, come back. No. And anybody who's thinking that the Court of Appeals is sitting up there thinking, I can't wait for this judge to stub her toe in some arbitrary way that no one's ever thought of before so we can let this guy out on the street again. I would like to see the case that supports their view because the ones I read, it didn't demonstrate to me that that's an appellate system up there that is looking for ways to cater to mass murderers. Is just not what I saw. So before, when she was recessing, obviously they had to take the jury out because they didn't want to see him shackled up and everything. But I'm sure, it's probably some safety thing or something like that. I don't know. I don't know the exit that he's going in and out of to get to this other room. Somebody said, have I ever had a client like that? No, absolutely not. But again, and I didn't do criminal law. The only criminal cases I was involved in for the defense side were with people that we had because we were their attorneys and other things, and they were not this kind of person. And the other involvement I had was on the law enforcement or prosecution side. So they were not my clients. They were scumbags that needed to go away. So what do you mean? What difference is it to him? In terms of what difference it is to him, he likes the going and coming, and I should be able to come and go whenever I say I want to be in the other room. I should be catered to go to the other room, and whenever I say I want to come back, I should be allowed to come back. And this way, he disrupts what the judge is trying to do, shows a disrespect to her, shows disrespect to the victims and the entire system. That is what he was trying to do, right? Because he was holding up the sign. He wanted to come back in, and what did he do? Started yelling at the judge again. So I like the big dog deputy back there. I kind of wish he would fall on this guy. A small trip and fall accident. Yeah, he loves the power. That's all this was. He was trying to create. You never made me do this before. What does that got to do with anything? What does that have to do with anything? And she tried to explain to him, I'm bringing you back in because we're going to do a different phase of the trial, not because you actually comply with what the rules are. And he acts at that moment like he can't understand it, but he can. He knows. Because she's getting ready to put the boom on him. Yeah, she shouldn't have let him back in, but having said that, there's the case law.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Again, this is the final battle, and he's making it one. He's garbage. garbage is as garbage does.
Of course, I do need to first verify that they can hear and see us. I'm getting the thumbs up. We are back on the record. The record to reflect that Mr. Brooks is
Yeah, remember,
no
'cause
longer in the
he will not
main
concede
courtroom.
he
He
can
is in
hear.
the
They have to
adjoining
let the
courtroom.
bailiffs do that.
I, of course, have been erring on the side of constitutional caution, but I would
Yes.
note that his right to be present at sentencing is a statutory right, which
boom.
frankly, I probably don't need to go through the findings under Illinois versus Allen. But I did. But under whether it's a statutory right or a constitutional right, you can forfeit that right, and his behavior today has certainly demonstrated that he has forfeited his right to be present.
Yeah, don't think there's
in
somebody
this
sitting in an appellate
courtroom,
court looking
during my
for reason to
sentencing
feel sorry for
remarks.
this butthole.
He immediately came in. I was on the bench looking through my paperwork. The courtroom wasn't even open. And he started asking me questions. I said I wasn't going to answer them. He really had no respect for the proper decorum. I needed it to be on the record. He didn't seem to care about that. Wanted to debate me about my prior rulings. Bottom line is, it's a statutory right for him to be present, and he's forfeited that right. And I would just add that it's part of a pattern that has been demonstrated during this trial, that when
So she's pointing out
my
Illinois versus
perspective,
Allen shouldn't
things
even
are not
control over
going
sentencing.
in his
just the
direction,
statute. So
things are being said that he doesn't agree with, that he tends to act out, he disrupts,
less of a burden.
and I'll leave it at that. Once again, I'll confirm he can hear and see. We've got confirmation from the staff in the other courtroom. One of the reasons I really spent the time going through both my observations of Mr. Brooks in terms of the mental health related issues, and first, and then going through the victim impact statements before I go through all of the necessary factors for sentencing, is frankly, it's challenging to talk about the impact to the victims without getting emotional. This trial is unlike anything that I've ever been a part of. The sheer magnitude of the crime, the number of people impacted, how they were impacted, the vicious, senseless nature of it, and hearing about the impact of all of that on our community members and the people who are at the parade, it's heart-wrenching. And I wanted to do that before I really got to the meat of sentencing, because I also thought it was important to really spend some time recognizing and acknowledging the impact to the direct victims who are in this courtroom and who have provided statements. Today, my focus in sentencing will be about November 21 of 2021, the events shortly before that or leading up to it and after, and are not about Mr. Brooks's conduct during this trial, even though case law is very clear that his conduct at trial can and is a legitimate factor for the court to consider. I need to make the record very clear that in no way what I do here today is based on Mr. Brooks exercising his right to a trial. That is a firmly embedded constitutional right, which I support, which I upheld. Of course, every person charged with a crime has a right to a trial. This court honored that right. I protected that right, even if Mr. Brooks treated it with contempt, disrespect, and at times like a game. But sentencing today is directly related to his conduct on November 21 of 2021 and the other sentencing factors, which, as I indicated previously, include the seriousness of the offense, the need to protect the public, and his character and rehabilitative needs. Today I am tasked with sentencing Darrell Brooks for 76 counts related to a couple of moments in time. Moments that are tragic, moments that were frankly avoidable. My sentence here today is, the purposes of it are twofold. Really threefold if we think about the community. One, it is punishment. Two, protection of the community. And three, what I hope is justice and closure for the families and the community at large. I, of course, want to recognize and give due respect to the guilty verdicts that were rendered by the jury in this case. Not just 76 guilty verdicts, but the special verdict questions that they answered, including for counts 1 through 6 and 7 through 67 that had the special verdict question related to the use of a dangerous weapon. So let me talk about the seriousness of this offense. The seriousness of the offense can be summed up, frankly, in one word, and that is attack. There is nothing, no other word that can best describe what happened on November 21 of 2021 than the word attack. I talked about during my remarks regarding the trial about the opportunities that Darrell Brooks had to avoid this altogether. I put Exhibit 15 on the screen for a bit, which is the exhibit that details the map. The map of the parade. It starts with White Rock. It shows where Sergeant Warner was at one point, farther up that parade route, the staging area, and I believe if you look further up on Exhibit 15, it even depicts where White Rock School is, and that, of course, is where we saw the video of the altercation between Mr. Brooks, Corey Runkle, Nicholas Kirby, and Erica Patterson. Now, of course, there were moments in time before that, but that is really where things started, where I believe Mr. Brooks boiled over with rage and anger that he chose not to control on this date. He had a number of opportunities to simply drive in the other direction down White Rock, but he chose to drive toward Main Street, even though from the testimony we know it was very evident that it was staging for a parade. There were many people, may not have been exactly by the school, but farther down White Rock. From Niagara forward is where that staging area was located, and many people were there. The sights and sounds of a parade, the signs on the side of the road telling people not to park there, for example. Instead of turning around, or instead of turning left onto East Main Street or left onto Pleasant, and despite Sergeant Warner trying to flag him down and being in front of a squad with lights and a clear indication you should listen to or honor the even gestures of a police officer, and he was in uniform, he drives down White Rock Avenue and has contact with Detective Casey, who very clearly did everything he could to stop Mr. Brooks. And in that moment, thinking it's a lost motorist. But Mr. Brooks chose to basically brush him aside with that SUV and drive on to Main Street, past more people, past many spectators, and in a manner that was not just at a speed inappropriate for a parade, but frankly, that was reckless and endangered anyone who was on the roadway at that time, whether or not he hit anyone between White Rock and Main and Barstow and Main. But during that 3-block section of Main Street, he could have turned off Buckley, Northeast Avenue, Martin Street, or in either direction on Barstow. He could have stopped, asked for the police barricades to have been removed, or frankly turned his car around even at that point and gone back the way that he had come. But he didn't do that. He chose to drive recklessly, carelessly, and maliciously through a parade route and at anyone in his path, where he struck not one, not two, not three, but 68 different people. We actually know that number's higher because we now know, we heard from the 2 individuals who were with Extreme Dance, the one girl who was struck by one of the individuals who was clearly struck, and that person flew into her. That would qualify for a charge based upon the state's description of how they chose to charge. It's just they didn't know until closer to the sentencing hearing. So 69 individuals if you include her. There are so many aggravating factors here, it's frankly difficult to even keep track of them all. The complete disregard for the lives of anyone else that day. Someone described it as depraved indifference, and I think that is the perfect phrase to capture the actions of Mr. Brooks on November 21st of 2021. The aggravated factors of the numerous opportunities to turn around or not even enter the parade route or simply to stop. The fact that he mowed over and used that vehicle as a battering ram to hit 68 individuals, never once stopping, with rage and anger at unsuspecting people at a parade who were there simply to kick off the holiday season, to experience joy with their families. The intentionality of the conduct is outstanding. The viciousness, the speed, the swerving from side to side at various points. This was not a case of whodunit. From the very beginning, from when this case was charged, it was clear who did this. Now, that is not to say that I prejudged this case. I did not. But after sitting through this trial, after watching the many videos, after listening to the testimony of the many, many dozens of witnesses, it is clear the state had overwhelming evidence of Mr. Brooks's guilt. What's also aggravated is his complete and utter lack of remorse. He spoke here today for 2 hours. One sentence, that's it. I'm sorry. No detail. 2 hours, one sentence. No empathy for any of these individuals. At times mocking them with hand gestures or rolling his eyes multiple times, that is not an indication or a sign of someone who has empathy, who is sorry for what he has done. We may never know the true why, but we were provided with nothing here today other than a feeble attempt to blame mental health, which frankly does a disservice to those who truly suffer from mental health issues. I understand why his family might cling to that because of the difficulty in coming to grips with a loved one doing such heinous things. But for Mr. Brooks, it's nothing more than indifference, deflection, and outright denial of what he did and the impact that he has caused as a result of his heinous actions. I searched for a mitigating factor in this case. I waited patiently for an apology, a true apology. I didn't get it. And not for my benefit, but for the victims. The law allows me to look at things such as Mr. Brooks's prior criminal history, including the history of criminal offenses and pending charges, the history of undesirable behavior patterns, which can include dismissed, uncharged, or unproven offenses or facts, even including expunged offenses not really relevant here. Acts resulting in probation revocation. Of course, those are part of his criminal history, nothing specific to these charges. I can look at his personality, character, and social traits, the vicious or aggravated nature of the crimes, the degree of his culpability, his demeanor at trial and truthfulness, his age, his educational background and employment record, his remorse, repentance, and cooperativeness, his need for close rehabilitative control, the rights of the public, the recommendations of the interested parties, including victims and family members of homicide victims. I can consider statements made by his own family. I can certainly consider the length of pretrial detention, which I'd note, though, when facing 6 life sentences, is really a fraction of the time available to this court. The loss of life in this case is certainly one of the aggravating factors here today. The number of people injured, also an aggravating factor. The reach into the community, certainly palpable because this was a Christmas parade. I think it was a comment earlier, either today or yesterday, that this was not like one act where Mr. Brooks drove into a crowd of people. This was sustained driving from block to block to block to block, picking off people that were unsuspecting. 68, 69 times. driving over people as if they were nothing more than speed bumps. What's also aggravated is his conduct after he drove through the parade. Crashing his vehicle in an attempt to flee. It's pretty evident based upon the evidence and testimony from trial that Mr. Brooks had no idea there were these logs in that backyard that could damage his vehicle. He was attempting to flee when he ran over them, and it ultimately disabled that vehicle, and he was forced to abandon it. He ditched it, leaving personal identification information in it and his phone in a clear attempt to get out of there in a hurry. And then we have that series of videos that we saw at trial of him going through backyards, coming in contact with people, asking to use phones, ultimately ending up at Mr. Ryder's home, who graciously took him in. Never once, Mr. Brooks showing any signs of distress, of any emotion of what he had just done. Cool, calm, collected. Certainly not a sign of someone who had any remorse for what he had just done. Someone who's involved in an accident, even a tragic accident, one where they flee the scene and are later caught, oftentimes show incredible remorse, tears. Not tears for themselves, but tears for what they've caused. A recognition of the loss of life, for example, from their conduct. Nothing. An individual who simply wanted to flee. That is the epitome of consciousness of guilt evidence. Fleeing, changing your appearance, taking off the sweatshirt, not even caring that your shoes are off your feet because you're so intent on fleeing the area. Putting your hair up from it being down. No doubt, this is by far and away one of the most aggravated cases I've ever presided over. The sheer magnitude of the loss, the number of victims, the types of crimes for which the jury has convicted him. 6 counts of intentional homicide, 61 counts of first-degree recklessly endangering safety, 6 counts of hit and run, 2 counts of felony bail jumping, 1 count of misdemeanor battery. What's further aggravated is the fact that he was out on bond. He should have had no contact with Erica Patterson. But the rules mean nothing to Mr. Brooks. Nothing. He didn't care. This was someone who on two prior occasions charged with, frankly, causing mayhem. One, a reckless endangering safety for discharging a firearm. The other for battering and then running over Erica Patterson's foot. This court does get to consider the other act's evidence that the state sought to introduce at trial. That other act's evidence includes that on November 2 of 2021, Milwaukee police took a complaint from Erica Patterson that Mr. Brooks had run over her with his vehicle and tried to kill her. She had tire marks on her right pant leg. She could not move her leg and had blood coming from her mouth. On that date, Mr. Brooks was driving the same vehicle that he drove through the parade. Erica Patterson was conveyed to Frederick Memorial Hospital. Her injuries received medical attention. She even had that boot on her leg on November 21 of 2021. She described Mr. Brooks to police as yelling at her, using profanity, as she tried walking past him when she was at a gas station. I think initially before that, at another location, but ultimately where he allegedly ran over her was at a gas station and caused the injury to her leg. Struck her in the face once with a closed fist, causing pain and bleeding without her consent. And then it was after she walked away that he followed her. When police had contact with him, he denied driving his mother's vehicle. When police had contact with him at his house, he ignored their commands because he was found in the vehicle, claiming that he was having an anxiety attack upon the sight of the squad car and needed to get into the home to get his inhaler. When I say the rules don't matter to Mr. Brooks and court orders mean nothing, Mr. Brooks was in custody, and there are jail phone calls where he's berating Erica Patterson, encouraging her to recant, blaming her for what had happened, saying things on that phone call like, "You trying to make it seem like everything is always everyone else's fault but yours, like you don't never do anything to cause shit. And the whole cause of this shit was something that you fucking did." He ended the call by telling Erica Patterson, "You did this shit, and you couldn't even keep your mouth shut after numerous people told you that shit. This ain't the place for you to be doing this shit, and you still ran your mouth. And I'm the one sitting in here facing all this time." Repeatedly calls her a bitch. During a phone call on November 11th, Darrell Brooks is overheard or captured saying, "Why in the hell would I just try to mow her down knowing I could kill her like that? Like, okay, I probably got a few screws loose, but I ain't hardly no goddamn fool." He's complaining that she won't help post his bail. "You didn't put a cent on my bail. Why should someone else have to pay for some shit you caused?" The end, apparently, of that conversation, or at least moments later, he says to her, "Nah, I didn't try to do anything, because if I tried to do something, you wouldn't be on the phone now. That's what you're not realizing. If I really tried to do something, you wouldn't be on the phone now." That is the rage and the anger that Mr. Brooks had on November 21 of 2021 when he tracked down Erica Patterson, confronted her. This wasn't about him getting money from her, like he lied to Detective Carpenter about. This was to confront her. He clearly hit her, we know that. This is the type of man that drove through the Christmas parade, enraged because, frankly, it's entirely possible that Corey Runkle and Nicholas Kirby saved the life of Erica Patterson. It's clear Mr. Brooks was hell-bent to cause harm to her, but she was able to get free, run back to her friends. Who knows what would have happened but for their intervention. If you think back to the testimony of Nicholas Kirby, he felt bad for threatening Mr. Brooks, like somehow this was his fault. He was just trying to be there for his friend, someone he recently met. So, Mr. Brooks, that other act's evidence is a very clear indication of your poor moral character. It demonstrates unequivocally that you have absolutely no remorse for anything that you do. You have no empathy for anyone, and that you are justified in the actions that you take. In addition to that conduct, as part of your character, this court is able to look at and consider your prior record. And I'm well aware, sir, that you're raising an objection sign, but you have forfeited your right to be here, and I will not stop, and you will not be brought into this courtroom. I will continue. This is his prior record, going back to two thousand, spanning what? Nevada, Georgia, at least police contact in Georgia. We have an unknown disposition, and Wisconsin. Substantial battery in 2000, party to a crime. Put on probation, ultimately that was revoked, he went to prison. 2002, felony possession of THC, jail time. 2003, resisting obstructing, jail time. 2005, a disorderly conduct ticket, but he failed to pay the forfeiture and ended up serving an alternative to incarceration. Sorry, he ended up serving for failing to pay 30 days jail. 2009, obstructing, 2 days jail, meaning he lied to police. 2010, strangulation. Battery was dismissed and read in, put on probation, ultimately revoked, serving 11 months jail. 2012, misdemeanor bail jumping, possession of THC, with a number of other charges being dismissed and read in, 180 days jail concurrent. Also in 2012, a misdemeanor resisting or obstructing. So either he lied or he fled from police or did something to make their job more difficult. 37 days jail consecutive. In Nevada in 2006, domestic battery, a suspended sentence. Obstructing after being found guilty at trial, for which he served jail time. 2007, statutory sexual seduction as a felony. This is for impregnating Erica Patterson when she was a minor. 2016, charged with not being in compliance with the sex offender registry requirements, for which there is an outstanding warrant. In Georgia, a 2021 arrest for battery, domestic violence, presumably with Erica Patterson based upon where she came from at that time. But I won't make, I say presumably, but frankly doesn't matter who it was with. We also know that there's the 2003 paternity case out of Waukesha County. Why is that relevant? Because 8 times during that case, a warrant has been issued for contempt of court, meaning for failure to pay his financial obligations to a child or children. The pending cases for which one pending case, I should say, he was, I don't believe, charged with bail jumping for that one. The 20 CF 2550, 2 counts of recklessly using a weapon, felon in possession of a firearm, released ultimately in March of 2021. He's accused in that case of firing a shot. There were two occupants in a vehicle. One was his nephew, and when he was picked up by police, a loaded Beretta, 9mm, which had previously been reported as stolen, was found in his possession. I already talked about the other acts evidence, that is the for which he was charged with felony bail jumping, the second-degree recklessly endangering safety for allegedly running over Erica Patterson, the battery DV, DCDV, and a resisting obstructing. And then the second would be he was charged with intimidation of a victim, felony bail jumping for conduct on November 8th. So November 2nd, November 8th. This is clearly someone with a demonstrated violent history and past, someone who has absolutely no regard for anyone but himself. To say that he is a lifelong criminal, I think is accurate. He disobeys law enforcement, he disrespects court orders, and he certainly demonstrated that he has no respect for these proceedings. Multiple acts of violence, violent, dangerous behavior that predated the attack on the Waukesha Christmas parade. His character, or lack thereof, is also demonstrated by his complete and utter denial of culpability in this case. His blaming of his mental health or alleged mental health. There's no evidence that he was suffering from a manic episode. I went through all of that earlier today, going through the 4 reports related to the special plea. None of those doctors found support for his special plea. Mr. Brooks talked about at times this being the will of God, or that all things happen for a reason. I'm here to tell you, Mr. Brooks, you are not an instrumentality of God. Death may be inevitable to all of us, but you cut the lives of 6 individuals short. You alone, Mr. Brooks, cut the lives of these 6 innocent people short. I talked earlier about how I believe he's intelligent, deliberate, and purposeful in what he does. I've considered that you have treatment needs. Perhaps there are intersecting mental health issues as it relates to your personality disorder, but those issues can best be addressed in a confined setting where the Department of Corrections will be charged statutorily to evaluate you and to provide any medical or mental health treatment that you need. This is a case that falls squarely on the need to protect the community. I referenced this earlier. There's really 3 primary reasons for the sentences I will impose here today. One is punishment, one is to protect the community, and the other is to provide justice and closure to the victims. Because under that category of need to protect, the court does get to consider the impact of these crimes on the victims. I went through at length in reviewing all of those victim impact statements. I certainly didn't go through every single one, just highlighting some of them, but doing so with purpose, because it is very clear to this court that Mr. Brooks has caused carnage, mayhem. It has resulted in many people suffering from PTSD, from mental and emotional trauma that will take a lifetime to recover from, and for some, perhaps, if at all. You have taken away from these individuals future memories. They will never have birthdays with the 6 individuals who were killed. There will be no weddings. There will be no graduations. There will be none of the milestones that these families were looking forward to, whether it be for an innocent 8-year-old or an innocent 79-year-old. Frankly, Mr. Brooks, no one is safe from you. This community can only be safe if you are behind bars for the rest of your life. The actions of Darrell Brooks demand punishment. The community is not safe from your violent and criminal conduct unless you are in custody. You left a path of destruction, chaos, death, injury, confusion, and panic as you drove 7 or so blocks through the Christmas parade, never once stopping or seemingly caring about the wake of carnage that you left. 4 of those blocks were turned into a scene that frankly is no different than a war zone. On counts 1 through 6, this court is imposing a life sentence without the possibility or eligibility for extended supervision consecutive to one another. 1 life sentence for Virginia Sorensen.
Yes.
1 life sentence for Leanna Owen. 1 life sentence for Tamara Durand. 1 life sentence for Jane Kulik. 1 life sentence for Bill Hospel. And 1 life sentence for Jackson Sparks. I've considered the enhancer and the additional 5 years that I could impose, but I don't need to really order that because I've not made him eligible for extended supervision, and it would only be to increase his time on initial confinement. But make no mistake, Mr. Brooks, you use that vehicle as a battering ram, no different than, frankly, a firearm. On counts 7 through 67, these are 61 counts of first-degree recklessly endangering safety. These charges alone and these convictions without the enhancer carry a maximum of 12.5 years. Because of the enhancer, a total of 17.5 years. And under Wisconsin law, the 5 years is added to the initial term of confinement. So what could be 7.5 years is a maximum of 12.5 years. And I'd ask that everyone no longer show any reaction to the sentence so I can get through this. On counts 7 through 67, on each count, I will impose a total sentence of 17.5 years. 12.5 years of initial confinement, plus 5 years of extended supervision, consecutive to any other sentence that I've imposed here today. That is 762.5 years of initial confinement and 305 years of extended supervision on top of the life sentences that I've imposed. That is 17.5 years, sir, for Nicole White. 17.5 years for Eleanor Anders, 17.5 years for Sasha Catalan Castillo. 17 and a half years for Maura Gilchrist. 17 and a half years for Justin Gullickson. 17 and a half years for Harry Guilfoy. 17 and a half years for Aiden Lofgren. 17 and a half years for Theo Maza. 17 and a half years for Tyler Pudliner. 17 and a half years for Connor Tank. 17 and a half years for Eric Teagues. 17 and a half years for Adelia Maffioli. 17 and a half years for Kelly Graybow. 17 and a half years for Josh Craner. 17 and a half years for Riley Rogers. 17 and a half years for Caden Rogers. 17 and a half years for Tucker Sparks. 17 and a half years for Isabella Bartlett. 17 and a half years for Yaritzi Becerra Montez. 17 and a half years for Samantha Coelho. 17 and a half years for Madison Hollingsworth. 17 and a half years for Mackenzie Hollingsworth. 17 and a half years for Mitchell Lampine. 17 and a half years for Kathleen Pielmeyer. 17 and a half years for Julia Schleichow. 17 and a half years for Olivia Stover. 17 and a half years for Jennifer Stover. 17 and a half years for Jesselyn Torres. 17 and a half years for Alice Urell. 17 and a half years for Charlotte Urell. 17 and a half years for Vivian Urell. 17 and a half years for Grayson Urell. 17 and a half years for Lola Hospel. 17 and a half years for Tamara Rosentreter. 17 and a half years for Betty Strang. 17 and a half years for Maria Alvarez Dominguez. 17 and a half years for Gregoria Romelia Perez. 17 and a half years for Elliot Hallmark. 17 and a half years for Benjamin Hallmark. 17 and a half years for Patrick Heppy. 17 and a half years for Lori Locken. 17 and a half years for Marisol Lopez Gutierrez. 17 and a half years for Adair Lopez Rubelar. 17 and a half years for Juan Marquez. 17 and a half years for David Marquez. 17 and a half years for William Mitchell. 17 and a half years for Jason Petchloff. 17 and a half years for Margaret Pachulis. 17 and a half years for Yamilet Perales Alvarez. 17 and a half years for Island Perales Alvarez. 17 and a half years for Ashley Perales Alvarez. 17 and a half years for Jose Perales Alvarez. 17 and a half years for Maria Perez. 17 and a half years for Camila Perez Gonzalez. 17 and a half years for Isaac Foglia. 17 and a half years for Deborah Ramirez. 17 and a half years for Charles Green. 17 and a half years for Lily Green. 17 and a half years for Brinley Harris. 17 and a half years for Kelsey Knapp. 17 and a half years for Owen Ricciati. On counts 68 through 73, which are the 6 counts of hit and run resulting in death, these are 25-year felonies each. The court will do the following. On count 68, a 25-year total sentence, 15 years of initial confinement, 10 years of extended supervision. This will be concurrent to count 1. Count 69, the same sentence, 25 years total, 15 years of initial confinement, 10 years of extended supervision, concurrent to count to count 2. Did I say that the right way, the first one? Okay. Count 68 is concurrent to count 1. Count 69 is concurrent to count 2. Count 70, 25 years total, 15 years of initial confinement, 10 years of extended supervision, concurrent to count 3. Count 71, 25 years total, 15 years of initial confinement, 10 years of extended supervision, concurrent to count 4. Count 72, 25-year total, 15 years of initial confinement, 10 years of extended supervision, concurrent to count 5. And on count 73, a 25-year total sentence, 15 years of initial confinement, 10 years of extended supervision, concurrent to count 6. On count 74 and 75, the 2 felony counts of bail jumping, the court is ordering a 6-year sentence total on each count, 3 years of initial confinement, 3 years of extended supervision, consecutive to all other counts but concurrent with one another. And lastly, but certainly not least, the maximum sentence for the battery to Erica Patterson, 9 months consecutive to any other sentence. To order anything other than what I have done, sir, would be to unduly depreciate the seriousness of these offenses. It is needed, although largely symbolic, given the number of years that I have imposed here today, because frankly, you deserve it. I know it's symbolic, but it needs to hold you accountable in a very real and tangible way. For all of these sentences that I have imposed, I will order the following conditions: no contact with the victims as identified in the amended victim key or their families, no contact of any kind with Erica Patterson. You are to pay restitution in the amount of $47,193.29 to EMC Insurance Company, that's on behalf of the Waukesha School District, and $124,220.65 to the Crime Victim Compensation Program. I am ordering DNA surcharges on all counts. On counts 1 through 75, it's $250. On count 76, it's $200. Those are mandatory under the law. I'm also imposing the domestic abuse surcharge on count 76 of $100. I'm also imposing all standard court costs on all counts. Although my primary emphasis is that restitution be paid before costs, surcharges, and fees, I will order that restitution, costs, and fees be paid out of prison money. In other words, that all financial obligations shall be collected pursuant to statutory provisions as requested by the state. That's frankly a standard, it's customary, but it will be in the judgment of conviction. And then pursuant to 949.165, I'll find that it is appropriate for this court to order an escrow account under 949.165 for payment of restitution, costs, fees, surcharges, and even for costs associated with prior legal representation or future representation under the statute. Mr. Brooks has been convicted of a number of serious crimes for which this section is appropriate. I will order 360 days credit as to count 1 and count 68. Only, all other counts, 0 days credit because of the consecutive nature of the sentences that I've imposed here today. I calculated that with my sentence calculator. Of course, that is through yesterday because these sentences commence today. There are a number of advisements I must go through. First of all, Mr. Brooks will be provided with a written explanation of determinate life sentence regarding the first-degree intentional homicide charges. Of course, he's not eligible for release to extended supervision. That form defines extended confinement for him, and there's other language on here that he can read at his convenience. He also will be provided with the notice of right to seek post-conviction relief form. The court will fill out the caption for him. He is instructed to review it. and review the defendant's acknowledgement, make the appropriate selection, sign and date it, and return that to the court. I must advise you, sir, you have been convicted of a felony. That means you may not vote in any election until your civil rights are restored. You may not possess a firearm. You may not possess body armor. Both of those are punishable as felonies. You also have 20 days from today's date to appeal the decision of this court. Does the state believe I've overlooked anything here today?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, those documents will be provided to Mr. Brooks. I will note for the record, at many times during my final sentencing remarks, he was holding up an objection sign. That objection is noted for the record. This now concludes this hearing and this case. We are now off the record.
Do you want to do the motion to stay pending appeal, or we could do it another day?
I want to wait till I sign the judgment of conviction. I'm not making any determinations regarding where he is to be held. That certainly is within once the judgment of conviction is signed, I'll address the motion for stay pending appeal. But my understanding is he needs to be transported to Milwaukee, and I will not stand in the way of that.
Thank you.
All right, I'll schedule that once the judgment of conviction is signed.
Understood.
We are in
Thank you.
recess.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Kind of don't want to turn it off yet. Watching these big dogs, wanting to take him out. Appreciate Law and Crime and Court TV continuing. And these are some big deputies here. I wouldn't want any of them to trip and fall on me. I mean, he's looking pretty small there, isn't he? Wow. That was a heavy duty sentence. I got to admit, I lost track of it in the middle of it. I saw some big numbers people were posting across. I mean, he's part of the 1,000-year club, I guess. And more. I don't know how many he got. I really have no idea what the total sentence was and how she did it. I just sat there listening to it. I had the little sheet made up and everything to track it, but of course we knew it wouldn't matter, that he was gonna get smashed, and he got smashed. And she said he deserved it. Yeah, he's definitely over the 1,000 club. That's awesome. It is awesome. So, it's hard to believe that a sentence like that could make you feel, at least how I feel right now, is like just a huge sense of relief, because she took a long time to speak, but she spoke to the community and for the community. Really appreciate it. So supervision is not going to be a factor because he's got so many years, so you don't have to worry about that. Yeah, he can file an appeal. He gets an appeal right. He can have a lawyer. Did she make a mistake in this trial, or did something happen that will allow him to have a successful appeal? I didn't see it. Certainly won't think about it right now. I mentioned it a little bit, the process in an earlier video, but right now I'm just happy that she got through this today and got the sentencing done and put it out there, and boom, lowered the boom on this complete, absolute loser. And really glad that he's going away. And thanks again for another donation. And I'm writing these down because I will do the same thing I did yesterday, which is I think, a better job of tallying it up this time, and accumulate that and put this money to the victims fund there, like we did yesterday. I already posted that on the community page, donation from yesterday, and we'll do it again. So I thank everybody who came in for the chat. This was a tough one to set through. It's aggravating. It's longer than it should be, that you think it should be, all that. But I enjoyed reading everybody's comments and getting through this together. After you get involved in a case like this, you want to, wow, okay, thanks. Another super sticker there, and that's a big one. Thank you very much. You want to see some justice for these people, and he finally got it. He got it handed to him. That's a big sentence. I mean, what? I mean, he's math boy, and he needs to be, because it's a lot of hours to spend in jail, and a lot of years to think about. I mean, I don't even know how to talk about it. it's crazy. It's great. And I appreciate the judge getting it done, dealing with somebody who was doing everything he could to disrupt the process. Wow. Okay. Well, we'll see if anything else happens on this, but I just don't think that it will, make a post or something if I hear any news, and I'll look for what you guys say, because he's got a pre-trial conference for his other cases tomorrow. But his traveling circus, he's never going to have this stage again, even if he makes a circus out of these other cases, because he's absolute loser. The judge has shut him down, and it's just fantastic. So I'm going to log off and go eat, which I hope, depending on where all you guys are around the world, you've either done it or will do it, and have dinner and maybe a drink to celebrate this. I don't know the people involved, but feel like I do, the victims that spoke, as well as the judge and everything that she had to go through and getting through it. It's easy to sit here and think, man, I wish she'd do this and wish she'd do that, but she's living it in real time. She's trying to make the right things happen, and she got it done. So congratulations to her serving the community like she did, and the victims. So once again, thanks everybody, and really appreciate it. Let's see. Well, I got another one there. Let me write that down. Thank you. So you guys have been very generous during this stream. I got a lot of notes here as it was happening, and I will post that up, because it's your generosity will mean something to these people. I made a note to that in the last donation, that it came from the YouTube commenters. I may close that down. All right, I think I got that down. So that went to commercial mode. Wow. Okay. Thanks again, everybody, for being here. And I hope you guys have a good evening or day or whatever is going on. And prepare your speakers, because we're going to the outro. Thanks.
Thank you.